Okay, I think we're ready to get started. And good evening. Good evening. So as we get started this evening, thank you for joining us. I greatly appreciate those that are joining us in person and those that are joining us online. Good evening. So we have a tradition here that I value greatly, and that is that we open in prayer. And Pastor Tony Johnson is here. Tony, come on forward. He's with Nampa First Church and the Care House and Incredible Ministries. Tony, thank you for all that you do. So let's stand and we'll let you open us in prayer and a pledge.
Let us pray together. Father God, let me begin by saying thank you. Thank you for being the God of righteousness, holiness, and justice. Thank you for being the God of mercy and grace, forgiveness and compassion, of life and breath. Thank you for being the God who provides the wisdom and counsel, the direction and discernment to those who seek it, so your kingdom can become real on earth as you desire it to be. Thank you for giving our city the people, the finances, and the opportunities to create a city where its members can be able to flourish and prosper. Thank you for the leadership of our mayor and our city council members who sacrifice so much of their time to be administrators of your grace in our community. And they have guided our city through times of prosperity in the midst of challenges. Thank you for all the staff and employees, the police and fire department and officials who work to make our community safe for individuals and families to better live the lives you created them for. Thank you for all of this, Father. Now, Father, as these individuals wrestle with the challenging topics and decisions related to this, your city, may they demonstrate they truly trust in you, as their sign says, by letting your wisdom and discernment guide their thoughts and decisions, by letting your heart for the poor, the fatherless, the orphan, the widow, and the immigrant be top of mind, as their decisions have greater impact on the flourishing and well-being of these individuals than they necessarily do on the affluent in our community. May they demonstrate their trust in you by letting your integrity and care for the other guide the words they speak, and by letting their conversations and decisions honor you, and thus demonstrate that they love you with all that they are and their neighbor as themselves, for in loving the other, they demonstrate their love for you. We ask all of this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, and that your will be done by the power of your Holy Spirit in them and in us. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mary Aaron. Thank you for all the support you have given to Care House Partnerships over your 8 years of leadership here. It has been a blessing to work alongside of you to help make Nampa a better place for our community. Thank you.
Tony, likewise, thank you for your leadership and your servant heart.
Yes.
Through both food and medical, the whole thing that you provide through the ministries there, it makes a big difference in our community. Thank you so much.
You bet. Glad we can be a part of it.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Take care. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Chingula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
Do we have any proposed amendments to the agenda?
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I'd like a little more clarity provided on 1.7, so 1.7A, if we could pull that off.
17A,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you. Is there anything else? Any other proposed amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to adopt the agenda with 17A being moved to discussion.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And with that, I would stand for a motion to approve the amended consent agenda as noted.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so let's go to 17A, And this is the monthly cash report, and see what questions we have on that.
Mayor, Doug Racine, if you could help me understand what the Idaho Center accounts, there's about $7.4 million. Is that the fund balance for those accounts, or what are we looking at there, those numbers?
There are primarily 2 accounts for the Idaho Center and 2 accounts for the Nampa Civic Center. The 2 accounts for the Idaho Center are, one is an operations account that they fund all of their daily activities from. The other is a ticket account where revenues, unearned revenues, come in for concerts that have not yet taken place. The money comes in there, they hold it, just in case the concert's canceled, and so they can refund it. After the concert takes place or event, they move the money from the tickets account into the operations account. And it takes a little bit of time for them to reconcile, but that's essentially how they use those 2 accounts.
So the numbers that are in that an account, or those 2 accounts, the major ones, that's the actual fund balance that is in those 2 accounts to be able.
No, as it relates to the fund balance, the ticketing account has nothing to do with the fund balance because it is unearned revenue. The fund balance is primarily, but not entirely, primarily in the operations. What's not included in the cash account would be items such as prepaid expenses. If they paid out money in advance for an item, for an event that hasn't happened, that's a prepaid expense coming out of fund balance, i.e. a use of the operational funds. Payments that we have yet to pay them, such as the incentive fee, would also eventually come out of the operations account. And there are other accounting changes, such as when they reconcile the ticket accounts, they'll move whatever money's left over from the ticket account into the operations account. And there's, I think right now, probably, based on our conversation last week with the Fort Idaho Center, there's probably a couple of $1 million in the ticketing account they still have to move over into the operations account. So we don't have a final reconciliation of what's in there. It's a bit of a moving target, but we hope to have a clearer aspect of everything left in a couple of weeks.
So if you were to guess, how much do you think between all the accounts associated with the Idaho Center and the, I assume the Civic Center, is that the FIC?
Yeah, FIC is the Fort Idaho Center. The NCC is not part of the process, so we'll exclude those funds from any discussion. They're not related at all, so we pull them out, and there's only 2 accounts we're talking about, the ticketing account and the FIC operations account.
At this time, there would be no guessing as to what is in those, because until we get to year end and we actually close and can close out, it's too soon, if I understand correctly, that we have not closed those accounts out.
Nope.
And so there is, it would be impossible, and it would be inaccurate if we were trying to speculate on those fund balances until we actually have the appropriate closing audit
When
of
I
the year.
talked to them last week about this, they did not have a exact number for me because it takes a while to reconcile the final accounts. So if I say a number, I'm going to be wrong one way or the other right now.
And that's fair. I was just wondering if this was the fund balance, but you're saying it's not. Okay, so the fund balance is altogether separate accounts.
The fund balance is comprised of multiple elements, of which cash is the primary component, but not the only component.
Okay, so I won't have you guess on what that amount is. I was just, I thought since this was 4.7, I thought that's what about we had as far as in the fund balance. That's why I was questioning that, but.
Well, the fund balance, keep in mind, overall, in the concept, fund balance is like retained earnings in a corporation. The fund balance number on our balance sheet does not change but once a year when we close out the earnings. And like in your business, you close out your earnings from one year and you roll it into your retained earnings if you're like a Schedule C corporation. So we don't change that but once a year, and we're getting to the point now where we're ready to update that for the adjusted fund balance that reflects all of the operational events of the prior year. So.
Thank you
Doug,
for your.
when do we anticipate that to be?
I would say in the next 2 weeks, we should have a pretty good number. They'll have a number probably a little earlier, but we will have not had a chance to even review it. So let them finish the number, then let me review it and challenge it with them.
Okay, so early November, by mid-November,
Yes.
okay.
Which is earlier than normal because we're rushing things. That's why I want to take a moment to verify it and walk through each aspect of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just another Point of clarification, Mayor, I know part of our resolution document 1.24 stated that approximately 5 million to the city's general fund would be replenished. Is that the account it'll likely come from, and is it still anticipated that it'll be the $5 million that was discussed?
It's too soon to answer
It's
that
too soon to say.
question.
I will-
Until we close out, we don't know.
I will tell you that the $5 million referenced was the fund balance a year ago, in October 1st or 9/30. That's what we had a year ago. Since then, operations have been used, the values have changed. It's like anybody's checking account. It will go up and down based on the activities of that year. I will tell you that this year, in talking to Andrew, they had a pretty good year, but not their best year. So I wouldn't expect it to go up.
So it would be safe to say we wouldn't expect it to be higher than 5 million, but it could still be 5 million, or should we anticipate that it's going to be less than?
Let's find out rather than making a promise until I get the numbers in. It will, I doubt that it will be more than 5 million. My guess now is it will be less than 5 million, but I can't tell you to the extent of that because I need the reconciliation, I need to know their final incentive payment that has to come out of that.
Okay, thank you. So with that, what is the will of the council on the approval of the monthly cash report?
Make a motion, we approve it.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so we do not have any agency or commission reports, but we do have Public Works staff communication this evening. And as Crystal makes her way up, you might notice there's a different attorney sitting at the bench. Our city attorney, Preston, is out of town, and Doug Waterman and with Hilty and Associates, and I'm probably getting the name wrong because sometimes they change, but Doug Waterman works very, very closely with the city and with Preston, and so he's filling in this evening. Doug, thank you for being with us this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. If you will humor me for 1 second, I'm going to go a little rogue and off script. I wanted to do a brag on one of my teammates, actually a whole division of my team, and it's our traffic division. Mayor shared at the State of the City that we have been actively working at retiming quite a few of the corridors. And in the very nick of time, because the morning of State of the City, we retimed Garrity Boulevard. Matt, if you wouldn't mind sharing your screen for me. I just wanted to tell you about the number of hours that it took to go in to retime this corridor. It goes basically from Idaho Center and Franklin all the way down to 11th. This is a live view right now, and this is 5 o'clock traffic on Idaho Center Boulevard going southbound. You can kind of see the off-ramp as well right there. This is almost free-flowing traffic right here. This has been a problem corridor for many, many years, and it took quite a few different tweaks. We'll have some data. I'm going to come back at the next council with some data on how much time we've actually saved people getting through these intersections, but I just want to do a brag on our team about the amount of man hours that it's went. The TMC allowing us to view this and make these live tweaks to get traffic flowing better and to get people home faster and safer. So just wanted to brag on that for a second.
Good job. Thank you.
Excellent.
Yes, thank you.
And now what we are really here for, you guys are going to hear the sound of my voice for a little bit, so hopefully you enjoy these updates. I've got 2 updates for you. The first is on a study that we've been doing on, we're calling it North Side Yale to 7th, but it basically goes from North Side and 2nd all the way down. It becomes Yale, and then it becomes 7th Street to about the termination at 12th and 7th. As a reminder, we received 2 different grants to do a safety study on this corridor, $50,000 from Compass and about $230,000 from a Safe Streets for All grant for about $280,000. Typically, we start looking at safety on intersections if there have been more than about 3 accidents in a 5-year span. This 1-mile corridor saw over 260 accidents in a 5-year span, so it is very, very much needed. We've done the outreach, and I want to report out on what our citizens have thought about it thus far. So as I said right here, this roughly goes from North Side and 2nd. It kind of changes names. We're calling it North Side, but it's North Side to Yale to 7th. This is a very, very high crash corridor, as I stated before. We see a lot of congestion. It's a 2-lane road right now. There's a lot of pedestrian improvements that need to be done, as well as the pavement has failed in this section of road. The study came up with 3 different alternatives. We presented all 3 to the citizens. We received 180 responses. Over 50% favored alternative 3, 26% favored alternative 2, and 16% favored alternative 3, which is 8% of our citizens saying they would prefer us doing nothing. So going over the alternatives, the first alternative is the lowest cost one, the lowest impact. It was about $5.8 million. It looked at constructing ADA improvements through the corridor, so looking at the ped ramp specifically at the corners, improving those. It converted High Street and Yale, which I'm going to back up real quick. It's that curve in the corner where it goes from Yale to 7th. It converts that to a right in, right out. And then it constructs some drainage repairs much needed, and then it repaved the corridor with just a mill and inlay. Here's an example of what that right in, right out could look like. The access restricted with some form of curbing in the center. The second alternative brought it up to about 6.8, so add another $1 million or so to it. It did everything that alternative 1 did, except it also added constructing 8-foot attached sidewalks throughout. And then it added intersection lights at all of the main intersections along this. So here's an example. Again, all of the alternatives had this, but it looks at extending that right-hand turn bay at North Side where it turns onto the boulevard at 2nd Street. We see some queues on that free running right, so it extends it as far as we can without running into the railroad right away right there. And then the big improvement right here, it would add 2 southbound through lanes. I'm going to call them southbound. From North Side going onto 7th Street right there. So this would allow, right now there's only 1 lane and then the other lane kind of drops off onto Davis. That second through lane would be carried through about 2 blocks and in somewhere just on the other side of Hudson. The highest cost alternative, I will say this one also included the most right-of-way, bumped it up to $8.1 million. It did everything that alternative 2 did, except it constructed 5-foot detached sidewalks with 5-foot grass buffer throughout the corridor from Hudson to 12th. Then it constructed 8-foot attached sidewalks between 2nd and Hudson, where it's a little bit more constrained right there. We couldn't add that buffer to allow the vulnerable users to get farther away from the road. Instead of just putting corridor lights right at the intersections, it put lights along the entire corridor. It installed a couple of bulb outs at key intersections so that the citizens don't have to cross the entire length of street. And then instead of just doing a mill and inlay on this, the big cost was it did a full depth rehab of the road. I will also say all of these alternatives put a light at 7th and 7th. Right now it is an all-way stop, so this is another one of the improvements. You can kind of see what the sidewalks would look like and some of the high-level right-of-way impacts would be for the buffer space and the attached sidewalks in this area. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the projected improvements and why we need this. There's 2 different pictures on this, and they talk about queue length specifically during the peak hours. The orange is what the existing queue length is. You can see right now going, I'm calling it southbound. Going southbound on North Side, the queue is over 1,300 feet. You go up and over the railroad, almost to the Broadmoor intersection right there. After we put these improvements, it reduces the queue length to just 600, so less than half of the queue, and allows a lot more capacity to get through that intersection. You can kind of see the other queues are reduced on almost every single leg, minus the northbound movement, but the queue isn't very high on that one to begin with.
What time of day, Crystal, was this, are you?
This was the PM peak.
This is the peak
Yep.
PM. Okay.
We picked the worst numbers to show you, so those are the ones we typically design to as the worst case scenario in these instead of like when it flows well. So I want to talk a little bit about the public feedback. So I told you before that we received 180 responses, so it was pretty good feedback. We also hosted an open house here in this room where we saw lots of citizens come in. Kind of give you the breakdown schematic on the very top where you see the higher amount preferred alternative 3, which was the most expensive. But we wanted to really focus in on the people that live on the corridor. So the ones that are going to be affected by those right-of-way takes, what was their opinion? You can kind of see their opinion was very, very similar. Most of them preferred alternative 3. The bulk of them preferred us to do something that would, in any of these alternatives did require right-of-way takes. So most of them said, yes, please come purchase our right-of-way to have these needed safety improvements. I will also note, looking at the written responses that we received, the bulk of them basically said, come in, fix it right the first time. That's why they preferred the higher cost alternative. They said, if you're going to impact us, if you're going to purchase our right-of-way, purchase everything you need right now, fix the road the right way, install the lighting as we need it right now. Don't come back and do it again in a few years. I do also want to address another comment that we received, and it was like, why would you just put one left turn lane going southbound on North Side onto 3rd Street? Why wouldn't you put 2 in there? So we wanted to talk a little bit about that and why that's not a good option. This kind of breaks down what the average vehicles per hours are. We had origin destination on this, modeling on this. So we were able to say about 300, if you're going southbound, about, I don't know, a third or so, maybe a little bit more, 570 people going southbound are going to go onto the boulevard and go towards Caldwell, where 800 vehicles per hour are going to keep going straight. And of those 800, about 530 of them are going to continue south down along Yale and 7th, and only about 350 we're going to turn onto the boulevard to go onto 12th. So looking at these projections, we did another model of what it would look like if we put the improvements that we wanted in versus what would it look like if we only did 1 southbound lane and then 2 left turn lanes from North Side onto 3rd Street. So that picture on the left I showed you before, you can see that queue right now is about 1,300 feet. After our alternative improvements, it's going to be about 600 feet. If we redid that and we only put 1 southbound lane through and put 2 left turn lanes in, the maximum queue late would go all the way back to about 3,200 feet during peak hours. So not only would it not improvement, it would make it much, much worse than what it is right now.
Mayor.
Yes.
Crystal, question. In looking at the diagram, I was seeing the 2 lanes turning left onto 3rd Street, but that's not the case, you say?
No, I'm gonna go back, so I'm sorry if I make you
The
dizzy.
Yale and 7th slide.
Yep, so you can see right here, this bottom picture on the left-hand side of the screen, that's North Side and 3rd Street right there. So it shows 1 left turn lane going through and then 2 straights continuing south is to the right on the screen in this picture. So 2 lanes would continue through and then that last lane would taper back in around Hudson Avenue.
Okay. Yeah, again, that's, looking at the slide where you had the 533 vehicles per hour and the 352, it kind of looked like you had 2 turn lanes and 1 through street. Yeah, that one. Just the way that it's shown, if you zoom in on it, you'll see that there's the lane that currently is the left turn lane. Then you have the blue arrow that is in a lane over. That's why I was a little confused as to what you were indicating.
Yeah, the model is showing whether it's 1 lane or 2 lane, about 350 cars are what would be turning left.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is Matt Ricks, our engineering manager on traffic.
So what this shows is if we put in a dual left and gave people that option, how many vehicles would divert down 3rd? So the existing one, there's about 150 or 170 to make that left turn. If we gave them the option, we'd get some diversion there likely, but we'd still get too many through vehicles going through there, so the through lane would be over capacity, and then that would cause the queues to be even longer.
And that kicks you into that 3rd option as far as you showed us at the beginning, as far as continuing through, widening and adding more lanes. Correct?
Yes, so all 3 of the alternatives add a through lane coming southbound. This is a separate, we had some public comments on this, so this was a separate model that we ran. We had origin destination data, so we knew where the vehicles at North Side and 2nd, where they wanted to go. So we redistributed the traffic according to that, and then these are the results from that. So this was a separate analysis that we ran.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Councilman Haverfield, I do appreciate that question. I do want to highlight that when we have these open houses and we do get the survey responses, we read every single one and we listen to all of our citizens. And when we see common trends, we don't assume that we've always done it right. So this was a common trend that we've heard from people saying like, hey, why don't you do this? And we said, great, let's do the analysis on it and see what happens if we did. And that was the end of it, unless there's more active conversation on Yale.
Any other questions, comments? Nope.
All right,
Thank
moving
you.
on, another segue. The next large project that I wanted to give you guys an update on, I committed to coming about quarterly in front of you guys to give you progress on our Nampa RAISE grant. So as a reminder, in August of '22, we received a zero-match $5 million RAISE grant to look at 8 different projects in what we called the North Nampa area. I'm not sure why we called it North Nampa, because it's really not. It is roughly bound by the interstate to the north, the railroad to the south, north side to the west, and Garrity to the east. It's really the heart of Nampa. It's not north, but it is north of the railroad, so.
It's our former north side, though.
There we go.
For years,
It's
yeah.
north adjacent. I'm going to pass this off partway to Pearson DeWitt from HDR. He's the program manager that is helping out on the consultant side, so I'll ask him to come up in just a few minutes. So as I said before, this slide should look very similar as last time. There are 8 definitive projects, which can get very, very confusing on this $5 million grant. They're all shown right here. They have different durations, different start and stop points on all of this. So you can kind of see the star down at the bottom is where we're at. We're coming to a completion of some of our projects. Some of them haven't even kicked off yet, but we are well, well underway on this. So we've made some great progress to share with you. Start date on this was July of '24. The final end date for all of the projects will be March of '27. So this first one that I wanted to talk to you about, we are calling the multimodal analysis rehab. This was identifying about 5 different projects in this North Nampa area that need to repair existing sidewalk and curb ramps. These 5 projects all went to final design, so we've got shelf-ready, I want to say, projects that when funding becomes available, we already have it completely designed and we can go immediately after construction funding. Also, if councils would like to allocate additional property tax money to do these types of pedestrian improvements and vulnerable user improvements, we have bite-sized projects anywhere between $100,000 and like $500,000 that we can allocate some money to. These are great projects for things like CDBG projects, Safe Streets for All projects, any of like the child pedestrian programs and things like that would all be eligible for these types of programs. So it's really great that we were able to complete designs so that we can have some and be reactive whenever we find the money for them. It's about 95% completion on that. We're just finishing final design plans right now, and then this will be the first one that we get to check off the list. The next one I wanted to talk about, this is the Mobility Hubs implementation. This will be a playbook, so it is a planning level document only. This is not just focused on the North Nampa area, in that RAISE area, it is for the entire city, but this will be for any type of mobility hubs throughout the city that we would like to put in. It gives us guidance on what levels of effort that we need. We've worked closely with Valley Regional Transit, Treasure Valley Transit, St. Luke's, a bunch of stakeholders all throughout. This is an example of what one could look like, including ADA crossings and paths. You can see the crosswalk right there painted. If bike racks, if somebody was going to bike to this location to get on a bus, what that would look like. Any type of roadway lighting or lighting of the mobility hubs were talked about in things like this. Seating, again, if there were bus stops, working with VRT to make sure those were implemented correctly. And then shelter structures are the last ones, again, working with VRT. This one is about 65% complete. We need to do some additional public outreach to show them, get some idea from the public on what they'd like to see, if there's any other amenities and things like that. Some of the larger mobility hubs will have more amenities. Some of the smaller mobility hubs will have less.
And again, this is strictly design.
This is just a planning level document, so
Planning.
it will help guide our future designs and give us an idea of what they need to look like in the future.
Mayor,
Yes.
Crystal, is there any consideration at all to opening up Indian Creek on the north side of the track lines? Is there any money available, like through grants?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, I do appreciate that question. I'm going to put a pin in it, and Pearson's going to talk about that because that is one of our
Oh.
projects.
Good, thanks.
I'm going to pass it over to Pearson.
Thank you, Crystal. Good evening. So the first project that I'm going to speak about is Project 1, which is the Northside Boulevard and 4th Street intersection. As you can see, we've got the preliminary layout associated with the intersection improvement and the bridge. In collaboration with the city, we came up with a really good way to accommodate some larger vehicles for the adjacent land use that's anticipated to be taking place as time goes on. Or I don't get to play golf anymore at Broadmoor. You know, I can date myself there a little bit, but that was fun back in the day. Anyhow, moving on, we are about 40% complete with this right now. We just got through the preliminary design on it. Nampa staff is reviewing the design at this point, and going into the first of the year, we're going to have a public meeting to go over any input that we receive to help integrate that into the final design before we advance it to completion, that remaining 60%.
Can I ask real quickly, will there be acquisition, right-of-way acquisition from the adjoining property owners right there?
Mayor, we are trying on all the projects to reduce the amount of right-of-way, as much right-of-way acquisition as possible. There are some potential needs at the corners just to make sure that the intersection is going to be ADA compliant, to make sure we have the directional ramps that we're looking for in the signal placement there, but it will be very minor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Project 2 is the 6th and 2nd Street Ave rehab and side path installation. This is basically going to do a road rehabilitation along the two streets in question. I believe it's a mill and inlay at this point. We're still looking at, I think the final geotech indicated that was what was needed to keep the road sufficient for the next 20 years. We have gotten through the preliminary design on this as well. We've looked at all the potential impacts, and we've developed locations where we're trying to minimize impacts to adjacent properties, minimize the right-of-way, and determine the highest and best use. The railroad crossing is one area where we're having to get a little bit collaborative to make sure that we're kind of accommodating the needs and still meeting the right-of-way, the railroads crossing requirements at intersections. It's about 25% complete. We're just, I believe today actually, we just submitted to the city the concept layout, which has been a really collaborative process with all the staff to come up with the alternatives that are going to be presented today to the staff. The next one is Project 3. Hopefully you can see some of these images. This is the railroad overpass off of 14th Street, going from North Nampa into the downtown core. We're going to evaluate alternatives. One is to do nothing. One is to do improvements to the existing 16th Street bridge. And then the other one is to evaluate new pedestrian bridge over the railroad at 14th Avenue. As you can see in a couple of these renderings, we looked at the one with some spiral staircases and then some switchbacks. These are very preliminary in nature. We're trying to engage the railroad staff, and we didn't want to just go up there with a blank canvas, so we kind of just try to develop some very preliminary renderings so we can have something to speak to when we meet with them here in the next month or two. We're just getting started on this. We did receive all the survey from our surveying subconsultant, and we are reviewing that now. And our next steps are to engage with the railroad company. We got some contact information from Crystal regarding who we need to reach out to. And fortunately, one of our staff members is third generation Nampan. That's grandfather and father worked at the railroad. So we're trying to leverage some of that information to be able to engage in that conversation. Project 4 is the 16th and 6th Street intersection improvement. It was combined with Project 2, but there was some funding that was secured through a VRT grant where it's now been kind of put into its own design category. It's on its own timeline now where it was initially combined. And this breaks down the grant funding that was available. Chris, I don't know if there's anything you want to speak to as far as the grant funding is concerned, but we are in final design right now. I think the last hurdle that we're going through is the environmental approval process right now. We're working with the federal FTA on getting that approved, and so we're really close there. I think we're submitting that later this week. Yep, final design in September. PS&E coming up down the line here pretty quick. Fingers crossed, environmental approval by Thanksgiving. Advertise this winter so we can build next spring, summer. About 75% complete. Project 5 is the Indian Creek Pathway Extension. It's a conceptual alternative to install about 2 miles of pathway along Indian Creek. There's been a lot of close coordination with Cody at Parks and Crystal and her staff to develop the most effective way to use what available right-of-way there is and to determine where we can come up with the best crossings. We have recommended a preferred alternative. We're trying to utilize as much of the existing infrastructure for these crossing locations on 11th Avenue and 7th Avenue to not reconfigure these intersections as that much. There are a few bridge crossings involved as well. We're just receiving comments back. Final comments were due to us last week. We're going to integrate those comments and move forward to present a final concept design there. And then Project 6 is the last project in the RAISE program. It hasn't started yet. It's anticipated to start first part of next year. So yeah, coming soon. With that, I'll stand for any questions, and if there isn't any, I'll pass it back off to Crystal so she can talk about a few things.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions? Not at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Person. So I want to summarize at the very end, because we don't like to do design without a plan in place, right? We don't want to have a planning level document for it to sit on a shelf. We don't want to do a design just to have it go stale and not actually implement. So I want to talk about the funding and how our citizens will actually see these projects come to fruition and how we're going to implement the improvements. So that multimodal project that I talk about, we've got 5 or 6 now already on the shelf in between 100,000, 500,000. Nice size bite out of the apple. I already talked about some of the grants that we could potentially get for this. We could also choose to fund it with city funds if that's what we desire moving forward. So we're still seeking funding on that, but I have plans in place for it. That mobility hub is just a planning level document. We'll never need any money for that, so we finished after this. Project 1, North Side and 4th Street intersection. So that's that new bridge over Broadmoor. Really, really looking forward to getting rid of that 1-lane bridge, as well as installing a signal here at 4th. I'm actually going to partner that with that Yale study that I just spoke to you guys about. It is on the docket for a BUILD grant. We're anticipating, BUILD is the new name of RAISE. They did away with RAISE and now it's BUILD. So we will do a BUILD grant for implementation of that, as well as that Yale Street North Side corridor improvements. So it'll probably be about $14 to $15 million all in on that grant. But I think it's going to be a very, very strong contender. Not only did we already get RAISE funds, which makes them look kindly on us when we want to do next round of RAISE or BUILD in this case, as well as looping in all of those safety benefits from improving the north side corridor will also make it very, very eligible for additional funding. 6th Street and 2nd rehab, we've already applied for a grant on that. We should hear back any day. It was a Safe Streets for All grant. We combined it with some improvements in the cities of Middleton and the cities of Caldwell. So this is a combo grant between all of us. For the last 2 years, anybody that applied correctly to Safe Streets for All got the grant. So I think there is high probability of us already having funding for this improvement. Next, 14th Avenue Bridge. This one's going to be a beast. I'm not going to lie to you guys. This will be a very expensive one. We'll need to find money for final design and for construction on this. So this will be a challenge, but it is something that I am up to task for and I am ready to continue actively working on. That 16th and 6th Street improvements, we already told you it's already funded through construction with our VRT grant. So that one's already done and checked off the list. Indian Creek Pathway is another one that we're going to have to find final design and construction money for. This one will be very challenging, as well as that pedestrian bridge. In the new legislation, a lot of the vulnerable user type grants have been cut, so we will have to work through both of those, but we will find avenues to continue on with them. And then that last at 1st Street and 3rd Street, again, that's another one that we're going to have to find money for. That one's going to be a partnership project with UP, so there's some potential for freight grants and things like that. So kind of looking through this, over half of the projects either don't need money or have already found money for construction, which is pretty phenomenal.
Thank you.
And with that, stand for questions on RAISE, or if any came up about Northside and Yale, I'm happy to answer them as well. Or I can go sit down, y'all can keep going.
Are there any questions? Okay,
All right.
I don't see any. Thank you very
for your
much.
time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Rodney?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director, for the record. We had several items go before the Planning and Zoning Commission this last week. The first one was East Ranch, the final plat approval for East Ranch. And this is just for realignment of Cherry Lane. And the final plat for residential lots will be done at a later time, but this was just to realign it so it's a safe access point onto the other road there. So this was recommended for approval. This is on your agenda, was on your agenda tonight. The next one was an extension for a final plat approval for Sierra Meadows subdivision. This is just for 4 buildable lots, residential lots, at southwest corner of South Sugar Street and 3rd Street North. And this was recommended for approval, and actually this was approved by Planning and Zoning. This doesn't come on to you, it's just an extension. And then the next one is a conditional use permit for Rocky Mountain Jet Boat. This is near the southeast corner of 1st Street South and 6th Avenue South in the, I believe it's the downtown village zone. And this is for sales of new boats, parts, and accessories, and some light manufacturing. And that one was approved by Planning and Zoning Commission. 2 more here. The first one is the Sugar District, formerly called the Nampa Gateway Center. They are readjusting their development agreement, and one of the restrictions in there, or one of the concepts that was in the development agreement, was that they would tear down half of 2 buildings in order to do residential in that area. And it's kind of right in the center of that development. And they have found tenants for those spaces, and so they're not going to be converting that over to residential, but instead leaving it as retail and commercial. So that was one of the things they're doing. There's a couple of other things that you'll hear on the 17th of November when that comes before you. The next and final one is an annexation and zoning for a mixed-use development. This one has several different zones, residential and commercial and industrial zones. And this is right along State Highway 16 up by Ustick. And this was the Bottles project that they've been working on, compiling some properties for a long time. And the commission found that it matched our specific area plan very, very closely, and so they recommended approval of that. And that will come before you on December 1st. And that's all I have.
Rodney, thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Rodney? Okay, Rodney, thank you so much. We're going to move at this time to our new business items and see, we're running a little bit late, but see if we can get through all of them before we start public hearing. And we're going to begin with new business item 5.1. This is an action item, and it's to authorize the Chief Information Officer to sign a 3-year Microsoft contract in the amount of $338,616.50 per year to purchase the usage licenses. And this is pending review by Legal and Procurement, and it is approved in the FY26 budget.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Pingula. Bills.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.2 is an action item. It's to authorize the mayor and the senior director of public works to sign a task order with Parametrics for the Robinson and Greenhurst Railroad Overpass in the amount not to exceed $1,512,250. And this is approved in the FY20 budget and pending approval in the FY26 budget amendment, which is for the grant portion.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula. Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.3 is an action item. It's to authorize the public works staff to acquire temporary easements for Purdom Sewer Trunk Extension Project Work Package 1A. This is Tree Line Avenue through 11th Avenue project in the amount of not to exceed $420,516.48. And this is approved in the FY28 budget.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mills?
Yes.
Hammerfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.4 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign a contract for legal service, and this is for PFAS litigation with Stag Louisa LLC on behalf of the city of Nampa. This is ensuring participation in the aqueous film forming foam, AFFF, product liability litigation settlement. This is to access to funding for the PFAS testing and remediation and protection for the public health and environmental standards.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Yes.
So this is, can somebody explain to me, it says liability litigation settlement. Is that in anticipation of litigation, or is this a past litigation settlement?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, this is a sort of nationwide PFAS litigation that settled. It was an opt-out class. The opportunity to opt out was 2 years ago. Nampa did not opt out. So Nampa has settled its claims with 3M and DuPont for PFAS contamination in drinking water. And this is participating in doing the testing and submitting the claim to get access to the funds.
That's all I needed.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mills?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Hammerfield?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.5 is an action item. It's to authorize the mayor to sign the cooperative agreement between the city of Nampa and Valley Regional Transit for the transportation funding in the amount of $862,948. This is approved by legal. It is what we approved in our FY26 general government contractual services and our mass transit and streets funds.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Jingula? Yes. Hammerfield?
No.
Griffin?
No.
Mills?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, there's a tie.
Yes.
The motion carries.
5.6 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance and approval of publication of ordinance summary amending Title II, Chapter 4 of Nampa City Code to add the position of Chief of Staff to the list of appointed officials and provide for the duties of the Chief of Staff. It's also removing the Fire Chief as an appointed official for the City of Nampa and correcting the titles of the Senior Director of Public Works and Chief Financial Officer. This was approved by Doug Waterman, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, amending Title II, Chapter 4 of the Nampa City Code to add the position of Chief of Staff to the list of appointed officials for the City of Nampa, provide for the duties of the Chief of Staff as an appointed official, remove Fire Chief as an appointed official for the City of Nampa, correct the titles of Senior Director of Public Works and Chief Financial Officer, allowing for a summary of this ordinance to be published, providing for severability, providing an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mayor, I make the motion to pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mills? Hammerfield?
No.
Griffin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
5.7 is an action item, and this is to confirm the appointment of our Chief of Staff, and Clay Long is the person that is being nominated to fill the Chief of Staff role. And so I would just stand for action or a motion from council.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint Clay Long as our City of Nampa Chief of Staff. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mills?
Yes.
Hammerfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So do you want to go down and do the oath?
Yep.
Thank you.
That was a nail biter, Clay.
Clay, come on up. You can say something while, yeah. Thank you. Char's going to come down and give you the oath, but we know that you'll pass. We'll go ahead and do the oath, and then we'll let you say something. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Idaho and the laws therefore, and will faithfully, honestly, and impartially discharge the duties of Chief of Staff during your continuance therein to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and sign this. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm excited to continue in this role and enjoy serving the city of Nampa and being part of the community, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so 5.8. This is an action item, and this is for council to provide direction on the rezoning of the downtown core, north side to 16th Avenue and 4th Street to Railroad, in conjunction with the potential adoption of the new form-based code, Central Nampa zoning and form districts. Staff proposes the following rezones of the downtown sub-districts: the downtown historic, Central Nampa, downtown village, and Gateway Business 2, and downtown business 2, GB1, Gateway Business 1. Rodney, thank you.
You bet. Thank you, Mayor. There we go. So real quickly, this is the current downtown zone. Sometimes we talk about these sub-districts as zones, and they're actually not. They're the zone that we have in our code is the downtown zone, and then it's broken out into those 3 different sub-districts: downtown village, downtown business, and downtown historic. So you can see the boundary there. We heard a lot of discussion from our community about what is downtown, what truly is downtown. And I guess I'd pose this question here: is Burger King in the downtown? That's what we heard is no. And so they wanted us to really focus on kind of condensing that down to what is actually the downtown. So after all that process that we went through with a form-based code, we've met with you several times. We've come up with a boundary for Central Nampa, and you can see that on the screen there. And that would be the area that we would handle with form-based code. And that will come before you in the near future for approval through a public hearing, and we'll give you a lot more details at that point. But what that does is leaves those 2 other zones, the DB and the DV sub-districts, kind of without a zone. And so we have to propose something in place of those 2 sub-districts. And so what we're proposing, and we just would like your head nod here that we're okay to bring this before you with more detail. Didn't want to surprise you. And so this is what we're proposing: the GB1 and the GB2 zone. The gateway business zones were designed for gateways into certain areas, one into our city, and then second of all, we're using this for gateway into the downtown. And so what we're proposing is that those would be what we bring to you when we do the form-based code adoption and the Central Nampa zone boundaries, that we would bring these as well. There's some differences, but we'll point those out and have that discussion in the public hearing. We've done a pretty thorough analysis of the differences between these zones and what was there before, and we feel like these match really closely. We're going to have some recommendations for how to treat it a little bit differently, but I think we can have that discussion in the public hearing. So really the question for you is, are you comfortable with this approach and the planning staff bringing to you that proposal at the time when we consider the form-based code in the Central Nampa zone?
Rodney, thank you. So I have a question. So what I think I'm hearing you say is you're wanting feedback from council, but where this is noted as an action item, is this an official vote? Or basically what I hear you say tonight is you're looking for our feedback because what you're anticipating is coming back with Gateway Business 1 and Gateway Business 2 and the Central Nampa
That's
zone.
correct.
And you'll build your form-based code off of that. If you get the go-ahead from council, then they'll get to vote on it at a later time.
That's correct.
Okay. So council, what are your thoughts?
Mayor,
Yes.
my hope would be is that we would keep it as marketplace directed in the Gateway 1 and 2. And in the other section, that we would free up that section and not get too restrictive, and that we should discuss and potentially eliminate the historic district requirements and allow the marketplace to go to work.
Yeah.
Those are my comments.
Thank you.
I agree with Councilman Bills.
Okay. Any other comments, feedback? If he comes back with Gateway 1 and 2, are we going to be good? Because I guess what Rodney's trying to do is not put a lot of work into something and bring you something and then hear that it's not okay on Gateway 1 and 2 specifically. Form-based code is a separate discussion, and so that will be coming, and that, again, in that whole area, and that's a little bit of separate discussion that's coming anyway, am I correct?
Yeah, we just don't want to bring forward the form-based code and have you adopt the form-based code, and then all of a sudden we have these two sub-districts that really don't fit anywhere in our code. So we have to do something with them, and I think that the direction I've heard so far is exactly what we're proposing, so.
Because the zoning, the current zoning requirements in GB1 and GB2 are already there.
Yep, that's correct.
And it fits in this area. Okay. So any other thoughts, or is he good proceeding the way he is? I'm seeing some nods.
Mayor Klein,
Okay.
I'm just considering, have those businesses, since we don't have any documents, are those businesses already that in the GB 1 and 2, are they appraised of this, and have they given you their 2 cents worth?
Yeah, so we've done some outreach for the form-based code process. We haven't really, we're not really proposing anything different. These are just zones because we're getting rid of DV and DB zones. So essentially, we're not really changing anything except for a few minor tweaks between the two different zones, the GB and the downtown village or downtown business zone.
I would be wondering if it affects them differently now.
Yeah, I would say with certainty that our legal non-conforming use status would exist. If anything exists right now, they could continue to operate the way they're operating without any concerns at all. But honestly, I think most of what's down there, if not everything, is going to fit really well into this GB zone.
Mayor, follow-up. So the form-based code coincides with GB 1 and 2?
The form-based code coincides with the central Nampa area that you see on the screen on the right. So that's the area that the form-based code will handle. The rest of those others are we're just rezoning it to what a zone we already have in our code.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Rodney, do you feel like you have the direction you
I
need?
think so, yeah, and we'll provide a lot more details at that time. So I was just wanting to make sure there's no surprises for you when we come bring this back.
Good. So council, I have a quick question. I'm looking at the clock and it's 6:05. We have 2 more items. I'm not sure how fast these will be, 5:09 and 5:10. I can push those to after the public hearings or we can address them now. So what is the will of the council? Council President, do you have a,
Madam Mayor, I would say we push them and get our public hearings underway.
go ahead and move public hearings since we have people waiting?
Mayor,
Yes.
I feel that at least a few citizens are here to hear probably those specific items, and I would actually prefer to get them done now. Either way, I won't lose sleep over it tonight, but I think there are people in the audience that are here for those items, and to drag them out till 11 might be unfair as well.
These items are not public hearing items, though, versus the others are public hearing items that we need our citizens to get to be heard before it gets too late. How many people are here for our public hearings tonight? We have quite a few here for public hearings. Okay, I think I'm going to move forward with public hearings, and then we'll come back to items 5:09 and 5:10 afterwards. And so continuing to move on, we do not have any proclamations this evening. Do we have anyone signed up for public forum?
Madam Mayor, we do. We have one person signed up, and that is Sophina Buckles.
I don't see that they're, oh, there we go. Are here, sorry. Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Sophina Buckholz. Address is 416 Meyer Avenue, Nampa, Idaho. Mayor and council, thank you for allowing me time to speak. As I stated earlier, my name is Sophina Buckholz, wife of mayoral candidate Justin Buckholz. I am here to make a statement on my own opinions, but don't believe they are just my own. I am an Idaho native, and I am just now trying to inform and educate myself on this politics stuff. Sorry, I'm nervous. And it's going slowly because how slow it has started is why I believe I am frustrated and a lack of trust in my local government. Let's take, for instance, the last decision that the City Council has made on behalf of us, the citizens, the Fort Idaho Center. I do not feel like you put enough information or details out there for us. You say you are being transparent and holding a meeting as you're required by state law, but I do not feel like you are morally transparent. Where was my city councilman talking to us about it while it was finally out to the public? Where was my door hanger letting me know he was going to hold a meeting for our district so he can get our voices heard or bounce ideas off each other or to make sure we fully understand the details of the situation? Mayor, where was a citizen's opportunity to hear what CWI had to offer or ask questions? Yes, you put things on the website, but to be honest, how many people in the city actually go to the website and know how to navigate through it? It's not very user-friendly to get all the details. I know I'm stuck in the Stone Ages and do not participate in social media, but I do read and watch the news, and I did not hear or see anything about the town halls or meetings until the morning after or the morning of the day after. Part of having transparency is actually having community outreach. Please take in consideration when you actually plan these out. People do work in the mornings and afternoons, so you may need to give up a Saturday a month and give up some family dinners. I'm not saying you don't deserve to have vacation or family time. You were elected because you made our citizens believe their voices were going to be heard and you were going to make the best decisions on our behalf. And you were supposed to know that when you made the decision to run, and that is why most of you run more than once. On October 8th, I had the opportunity to have dinner with you, the mayor, and a lot of people on shaping the future of housing. I'll admit, as someone that is new to trying to understand, this was very eye-opening. I did go in there with a closed mindset, thinking we are growing too fast and do not need any more development. But having that presentation and having things explained to me in the way did change my mind. If you could just do that and multiple community outreaches, imagine all the closed minds you could open. Future councilman and future mayor, while you're out there campaigning, please hear out our citizens that you're fighting for, and don't make promises to people that you cannot keep, but explain and educate them on how the process works. Don't go out there bullying our competitors to other people. If you want to be a leader, then lead and educate for future successors. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
job. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone else that requested to do public forum.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, we are going to move to our public hearings. And our first public hearing, 8-1, is an action item. This is adoption of the Downtown Implementation Plan and a comprehensive plan text amendment to include the summary of the Downtown Implementation Plan in Chapter 15.11, the removal of the reference to the Central Nampa Revitalization Blueprint adopted in August of 2004, and an update to the Downtown Streetscape Plan referenced in the Nampa 2040 Comprehensive Plan for the City of Nampa, and this was continued from September 15th. Bree, thank you for presenting to us this evening.
Yeah, of course. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brianna Howe, Senior Planner with the Planning and Zoning Department. I'm excited to finally bring this before you tonight. It's been a long time coming, it feels like. I also have Doug with me here and Economic Development staff if there are questions that come up that I can't just handle myself. So let's get started here. So the request before you tonight is the adoption of the Downtown Implementation Plan and the associated comprehensive plan text amendment. The downtown implementation plan follows the boundary of the existing downtown historic zoning district. As mentioned previously this evening by Rodney, there are other adjacent downtown zoning subdistricts, but what many have considered throughout this process to be the true downtown core is this DH zoning district, which will ultimately be the central Nampa zoning district if form-based code were to be adopted as well. So to give you some background on this project, a need was identified to consolidate and refine the planning and implementation projects within the downtown, and to have one downtown resource, a one-stop shop, if you will, for all things downtown. We wanted to provide a document that can be a resource for not only staff, but elected officials, developers, business owners, and the public. The project began in 2024 and was completed earlier this year. The plan document is structured around a market-driven framework, prioritizing investment in the downtown in the correct order and at the right time. So I wanted to take a moment to talk about the three main kind of downtown projects that are happening right now and the key differences between these three, and then also where there might be, how they relate to one another. So tonight we are here to talk about the implementation plan. This was funded and is hopefully going to be adopted this evening by City Council. It combines 20 years of downtown plans into one document and one resource. And it translates that vision that we have for downtown into clear implementation steps. Now, we also have the feasibility study, which was funded and adopted by the Nampa Development Corporation, the NDC. And that assessed a particular site in downtown for redevelopment, so that NDC can partner with maybe the city or a developer in the future to market that site for redevelopment, really to be a catalyst for development in the downtown. So in terms of how the implementation plan and the feasibility study relate, the feasibility study is just simply referenced in the implementation plan as a way to integrate housing into the downtown. It is a suggestion, if you will. And then we also have form-based code, which was funded both by the City of Nampa and NDC, and adoption by the city is hopefully forthcoming, December 1st. So form-based code really creates and codifies the new design standards for downtown, and allows more flexibility for building form, and streamlines the process for development in the downtown by clearly defining those expectations. So form-based code was a top recommendation that came out of the implementation plan. And then in terms of how the feasibility study and form-based code relate, the form-based code implements the findings also in the feasibility study into those standards that can be implemented, all coming together to hopefully create really that vibrant downtown. All of these things work together, but they are separate projects. But tonight we're here for the implementation plan, but I wanted to make sure that was clear right up front. So getting into the plan document itself, the implementation plan is broken down into 7 sections, including economic, housing, market gap, office, and circulation analysis, stakeholder input, and finally recommendations. Each recommendation given includes an action item, description, a responsible party, potential cost, and time for completion, so that we can truly implement all of these things. We'll review the sections as we go here, and recommendations at a high level. I'm happy to pull up the plan document and we can look at it in detail if we want, but for time's sake, we'll try to get through this. I also have economic development here to answer some of those questions that you guys might have about the specific housing analysis and market gap analysis. I am not an economic development professional, so we'll leave that to them. Let's see here. So the plan was developed through stakeholder input. A steering committee was formed and met on 4 occasions. Our consultant also held individualized interviews with downtown business owners and developers. These one-on-one meetings really helped us determine what the challenges and opportunities were in downtown from a variety of different perspectives. The plan and recommendations were also heavily data-driven. significant analysis was done. The plan includes sections, as I mentioned earlier, economic analysis, housing analysis, market gap, office. The plan also identified key industries. The housing analysis identified a total number of 139 housing units in downtown. That market gap analysis found several missing sectors in downtown, including clothing stores, convenience stores, office supply stores, houseplant stores, and others. And these things will really help economic development target the businesses that we're missing in downtown. The office analysis found that the large office space remains vacant, while small offices and mixed-use offices are in high demand currently. If council, again, has any questions on these economic developments here. And then from the steering committee and stakeholder meetings, a SWOT analysis was also completed. This really helped staff and our consultant determine where downtown was starting from and how we can turn these opportunities and weaknesses into sound recommendations. Some of the strengths included historic character, community involvement, emerging growth. Weaknesses are aging infrastructure, limited public spaces, traffic, parking concerns. Opportunities include infill development, historic preservation, and collaboration. The threats to downtown included resistance to change, competition with Meridian and Caldwell, and also some safety concerns. So our consultant worked to take all of the existing recommendations for downtown that were found in all those various plans. So the 20 years of planning that we did previously, we had, I think, over 200 recommendations and various things in these plans, and they brought it down to these 14 specific projects, and they are ranked here from highest to lowest as follows, with the highest being housing and the lowest being installing more street furnitures. I think it's worth stopping and noting here that we're already making progress on many of these. Number one being with the feasibility study showing how housing could look in our downtown. Number 6 and 8 through our form-based code, and also number 7 and 14 because planning staff has been working directly with Public Works to finish the design of the streetscape and also partner with them on the timing of key infrastructure projects in downtown as we move forward in the next couple years.
Well, and number 2, improving the traffic routes with NDC and 11th Street.
Yes, that too, Mayor.
Yeah, that's huge, getting that done, which we appreciate the funding for that.
So let's see here. All right, so to even further clarify the recommendations, those 14 projects were broken down into project categories. The categories include downtown built form, urban design, downtown housing, parking and transportation, and economic vitality.
Could you pause and just explain those real quickly? Because you went from 14 different ones and then you
Yes.
narrowed it. It's not like downtown built form. Could you explain that? What's in downtown built form?
So the built form is really going to cover, let's see, I think I talk about them. So the built form is going to be the infrastructure projects, that form-based code, how things look and how things are constructed, and then also how we enforce those standards. And the urban design is more around placemaking, creating destinations, like family-friendly recreational destinations, improving our gateways, so that might be signage or wayfinding, lighting, those kind of things, and then the street furnishings. So it was more of just a way to categorize than anything. And then obviously parking and transportation, and then economic vitality, and then obviously housing kind of ended up being its own category in and of itself. So. So the last part of the plan document is the appendix. One of the most important goals of this project was, again, to create that document that is that singular source for all downtown information for the community, staff, developers, business owners, elected officials as well. Therefore, the appendix has extensive information in it. Everything from the downtown organizations, who they are, what they do, the city departments and what they handle, the various downtown boundaries, because we know that was of concern, the project priority list, a maintenance, not a maintenance plan, but an acknowledgement that a maintenance plan needs to exist. And that is something that we will be working on. downtown project types, whether that be redevelopment or new development or just a facade change, and then steps to develop in the downtown. So when someone comes to Nampa and they say, I want to develop in the downtown, there's a really nice document in the appendix that we can even pull out and we can hand to people and say, these are the steps to develop in downtown, and this is who you need to talk to first, and this is their contact information. So hopefully alleviate, all that concern that we've had through the years. And then obviously, the downtown streetscape plan is also in there as well. So next steps, we've already talked about this quite a bit tonight, but yeah, form-based code is in progress. So we're already working on really implementing some of these things that are in this plan. We're working with a consultant to draft and adopt form-based code for downtown Nampa. And then also mentioned earlier, NDC funded the feasibility study that was approved by them. And then staff is really continuing to work both with stakeholders and departments as we work through these recommendations. We have set up a monthly meeting with staff where it's planning and economic development, and then we bring in other departments depending on the projects that are going on at that time to make sure we're all on the same page. And then we have also established a quarterly meeting that we have not held yet because we've been in the process of form-based code and included all those same folks of downtown stakeholders as we go through different projects in downtown. So that group is established and they've been seen through form-based code, and whatever comes next after form-based code through this plan, they will be involved with that as we go as well.
Thank you. And I think you did mention, if you don't mind me saying so again, I think Councilman Bills and Councilwoman Jangala both mentioned some thoughts regarding form-based code. So just to ensure they will have opportunity to address those at some point as we move into this next discussion, not tonight, but regarding form-based code as we work through the process.
Yeah, yes, certainly. Thank you, Mayor. We are happy to take one-on-one meetings if that is the best method in doing so. Staff is ready to do that. I'm happy to take feedback wherever we can. We're taking edits through the end of the month, so we're still working through that process.
Thank you.
Yes, certainly. So in addition to approving the plan here tonight, staff is also proposing changes to the comprehensive plan and asking for approval of the comprehensive plan text amendment as shown here on the screen. Really, it's just providing a summary of the downtown implementation plan and removing reference to some of these older downtown plans because they are now all lumped into the implementation plan together. We did receive a little bit of correspondence. So from agencies and departments, we have no comments in terms of issues or concerns brought up. We did receive 3 public comments. One from Cheryl Higley noting concerns around Lloyd Square, the farmers market, and generally downtown being cramped and crowded. Staff found that her comments were more directed at the feasibility study. The NDC Commission funded and approved, not so much the implementation plan. Her concerns seemed more directed at the feasibility study. We also received 2 emails from David Gersten, who owns In Bliss Emporium in downtown. Mr. Gersten had expressed some concerns, but found after meeting with staff that his concerns were addressed, and he provided his support of both the feasibility study and the implementation plan. Applicable regulations are found here. Idaho Code 676508 requires that the city develop and update a comprehensive plan with accurate and updated information. The plan can be flexible and at council and mayor's will can be changed. These are the proposed findings. Staff concludes that the adoption of the downtown implementation plan and the proposed changes to Chapter 15 of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan provide current and accurate information that can be utilized for future planning in downtown Nampa. These changes are necessary as the community continues to grow and that there's growing demand for commercial services and housing in downtown Nampa. These are your potential motions, and I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Bree, thank you so much. Yes,
You're
Councilman
welcome.
Rodriguez.
Okay. I have several questions, so bear with me. What other than funding the survey or of this details of the survey by NDC. Has NDC come forward and saying that they will pay $5, $4, $3, $2, $1 million to get this project going, or is that going to lay on our taxpayers?
Mayor and council, I really can only speak to the implementation plan. I can't speak to what NDC is choosing to do or fund. They did not fund the implementation plan. I know that to be certain. They funded half of the form-based code, which was $40,000. Past that, they have not indicated whether they would fund anything
Can I clarify
additional.
the question? Because there is no cost, this is a plan, so there's no cost to the city at all. NDC is making a decision on where they are going to invest, and that will come, it isn't
Oh,
done.
that's going to be later then.
That will be later.
Okay.
And that would be NDC making a decision, and there's a lot of discussion going around, and that isn't done yet. But for this plan is strictly a plan.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
thank-
no cost
yeah.
to the citizens.
Okay.
Keep going, though, I'll let you keep asking.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Also, is there, along with this plan, is there a fiscal impact study for the city to view and the taxpayers to look at how much that's going to affect local businesses or and the downtown and our taxpayers? Number one is infrastructure.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, thank you for that question. There is not a fiscal impact component specifically in this plan. The plan itself was very market-driven in that what is going to benefit the businesses in downtown and what is the market looking to do in downtown. So that's what we are looking to support, is what the market would like to do. We do have a recommendation in the plan, though, however, that, if I can get there, is to review the projects on the CIP to make sure that we are funding the necessary improvements that need to happen in downtown. I can tell you, though, with our conversations with Public Works, they're prepared to fund most of the infrastructure projects in downtown. They were just waiting for this project, this implementation plan to be complete, and for the possibility of NDC to do whatever they're looking at doing, so that we're not tearing up streets twice.
Okay, so the answer, we don't know that yet because it hasn't been completed. Okay. Is this implementation plan, the way when I read it, I had three versions. One is increased business. That's a good thing. Number two, how much does it impact our local businesses? Bad or good, minus a profit, or increase of profit? Or is it family-friendly based for, family based for downtown? Or does it accommodate the direction of the developer?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, I think from the perspective of providing a document that a business owner can look at that's easy to read and easy to understand and provides clear steps for them, I think that ultimately helps their bottom line in understanding process with the city. But in terms of it, beyond that, I can't say whether this plan would impact that or not. We are trying to, it obviously is a market-driven plan, in that what we're recommending here, the market would support and is interested in. But anything to create a seamless process for our business owners in downtown, I think is financially beneficial to them.
Okay, one more question, Mayor. So I have seen a survey that said if we have downtown, if downtown has retail, it's going to increase a profit by so many people of downtown. If we have restaurants that serve food and alcohol, then their increase of profit will be much better, much higher than the retail. So what is our objective? Would it be a variety, or are we going to stick to those businesses and stores that have the higher turnaround, I guess?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilman, you're probably starting to lean into economic development world in terms of,
Yeah.
so I think Morgan's ready to answer.
Well, I think it's important before we do this implementation plan is to take a look at the big picture. That's what I'm
Certainly.
saying.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez. A large portion of this downtown implementation plan is that market gap analysis, that is the business mix. So our consultant went through a lot of communities that have a similar demographic to what we have and said, based on communities that are succeeding and thriving and about our size, but further along in the redevelopment process than we are, this is what their business mix looks like. It's this percentage of retail, this percentage of restaurant and other kind of entertainment, and then backfilling into that of what that would require as far as housing needs go and parking along with that to support a true 18-hour district. I think that's one of the phrases that we've heard in all of our outreach and our stakeholder is, how do we take our downtown from a really hopping place to be from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. on a weeknight, and then full of activity on Saturdays, and really expanding it and making it that every day, all day, full of people and vibrancy and commerce.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions at this time?
Mayor?
Yes?
Just for clarification on the downtown business owner side, I went through and I could see, I don't know what page this is, but there were business owners listed. Was everyone in downtown given a survey link or mailed or knocked on or anything like that to be able to give feedback or consideration to the plan being developed?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilman Griffin. At the beginning of this process, back in, early 2024, we opted to not do public outreach because we're not, this is nothing new. All of these items that are in this plan, other than just the analysis that was done of existing conditions, is a recommendation that already existed in another plan. We didn't reinvent the wheel. We didn't reinvent the vision for downtown. However, we did go to the Downtown Nampa Association, who represents business owners in downtown, and did speak with them about this project. We did go to the NDC and speak with them about this throughout this project. I know Economic Development met with the Farmers Market Board as well to talk about these types of things. So while we didn't have a survey specifically, we did meet with representatives of the downtown community. On our steering committee was numerous downtown business owners and stakeholders.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions right now? Okay, I don't see any.
Thank you.
Okay, we will have you back at the end of the public hearing, and thank you. So this is a public hearing, and we will begin with public testimony, and then we'll come back.
Madam Mayor, we have one person that has requested public testimony, and that is Doris Phillips.
Good evening, Doris. Thank you for sharing your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Doris Phillips. I live at 220 South Ivy Street in Nampa. I'm a lifetime Nampa Idahoan, and I am very concerned about the plan for downtown, specifically Lloyd Square. Downtown has its own character, and although there are things that could be done to probably improve businesses and participation in events down there, there are some things that are not going to be helpful and are not going to draw people. And having a lot more cars down there during times when there are going to be things that maybe other people want to come and go to, could be an issue. So if I want to go to an event that's going to be taking place downtown, and we already have so many new housing units down there that it's going to take up almost all the parking, that's going to be an issue to me. And I would think that it would be to others, which would have an impact on how many people are actually going to want to go down and attend some of these events down there. Aesthetics are important. So as far as the housing in downtown, I would want it to fit in with the aesthetics that we have. Obviously, some of our buildings are older. Some of them need to be refurbished. But to put something that looks really modern and doesn't fit in, I don't think would be beneficial to the city of Nampa. And I appreciate your time. Any questions?
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming. Thank you. Is there anyone else here that had, yes, thank you. So anyone else that would like to testify, please feel free to come forward. And good evening. How are you today?
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Justin Buckles, 416 Meyer Avenue, Nampa, Idaho. As many of you know, I'm running for mayor, and I've been talking with a lot of people downtown. Downtown does need to be revitalized. Downtown does need a facelift badly. But after listening to, I'm sorry, I can't remember her name, it seemed awfully one-sided. That, you know, the BID is what they call it downtown, or the DNCA or the DNC. They've beautified their buildings, and everybody else's rent has gone up, and their buildings are not being lifted. So I see this being a little one-sided. When she said that she didn't open it up to the public, I think it needs to be revisited. I think the rest of the community downtown needs to be involved. A little bit of transparency, a little bit of openness, and that's all I request. Any questions?
Thank you very
All right,
much.
thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening.
Okay, you guys, I like to watch Hallmark movies.
Go ahead,
Oh,
name and address.
Jill Hallows, 603 West Crimson Loop, Nampa. Hallmark movies have this way of capturing the charm of a town. And for me, the train station and the Christmas tree, and that, if we can just keep that visible, so when somebody takes a picture of Nampa, they think it's a charming place and a place that they want to come. Getting too high-rise and too feeling claustrophobic, I don't think that'll attract people. So I hope that you'll just kind of keep the charm part of it in mind. And I know I'm sort of a Pollyanna when it comes to Hallmark movies and stuff, but honestly, this town has wonderful charm in different places, and that's one of the things I really, really enjoy about Nampa. So 2 cents is worth maybe nothing, but you have it. Thank you.
Jill, thank you. And just so you know, it'll all stay just the way it is. We won't lose any visibility. It's all there. Yeah, it is beautiful, and I agree with you. Yes, is there anyone else? Okay, so, yes, Amy, go ahead and come forward, and then we'll have you go next, okay?
Hi, my name is Amy Bowman. I am actually, I'm the Director of Communications, and lately, the Planning and Zoning team and Economic Development have me working overtime with all of the efforts that they have, and we created a video that demonstrated the 3 different efforts that they have working behind the scenes. And so one of the things that I did as part of this process is I went through some of our recent community surveys. And it did not take me very long to outline many of the comments. And so I started just copying and pasting them. I'm happy to send this to council. This is not an exhaustive list. This took me maybe 15, 20 minutes to go through. So if I can, you can, I guess I'm going on 3 minutes. So I'm just going to read. These are excerpts from the community. Yeah, these are excerpts from the community. These are not my words. Downtown Nampa needs improvements. Acquire the buildings privately owned that are keeping Nampa where it is. No room for growth. More restaurants and businesses. Caldwell is crushing it. We have so much more potential. Focus on downtown. Keep working on downtown areas to have events. Have more meeting gathering places like Caldwell Downtown or Boise. rehabilitate downtown to draw nightlife and daytime shopping, revitalize the downtown as well as Northside, increase investment in public safety, downtown and neighborhood gathering places, invest city resources in downtown. Downtown sucks, from the traffic patterns to the buildings and the businesses. There is nothing in Nampa to draw anyone to Nampa. Continue to cultivate and grow the downtown improvement movement to draw citizens to the heart of their city to support local businesses. I know Nampa is growing, but we definitely need additional restaurants / places to gather that can be similar to better than or downtown Nampa. Attract more businesses, especially downtown, like Caldwell has. So that's a very, I can keep reading if you would like. I think for the last several years, what I can say is downtown always makes it on the list of things that our community wants us to improve. It continually is an area of high focus from the community. Our community results, unfortunately, we didn't have as many participants this year as we did last year, but last year we had about 2,700, and the downtown ranked very high in terms of revitalization efforts. So I just felt like, as I do read the community comments that we receive, that I wanted to share those voices with you tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Thank you for that. Appreciate it very much. Yes, Cody. Go ahead and give us your name, address, and thank you.
Cody Daffer, 33 South Sugarloop Lane, Nampa, Idaho. So I wanted to come and stand before you and probably say nothing you haven't heard or recognized, but wanted to say on the public record that I think that our staff does a really fantastic job at a lot of things. So I'm on the Planning and Zoning Commission. I have a master's degree in real estate development. I've done a lot of studying on this stuff, and there's one thing I can say is that they have a lot of intelligent and insightful thoughts. Form-based code, I think, is a fantastic process, and it's something I think we could implement more than just in downtown. But I wanted to say that the amount of effort that they've gone through to do public outreach is incredible. You know, they've done a lot. Having been a part of some of that, I think it's interesting that just before this public hearing, Ms. Buckholz was up saying what she said, and I also understand that side. I echo that to some degree as well. I think anybody who's listening to this public hearing, if you got any ideas on how to bridge that gap, we're all ears, because I know that's all any of us want to do. 90% of the problems I think that come in a city government come from misunderstandings. But I think that our staff does a really good job doing their best to bridge that gap and putting intelligent plans in place and helping others understand is probably the biggest challenge that we currently face. So thanks.
Thank you for those comments. Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. Did we have one more? Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Cheryl Higley at 12441 South Abbott Downing Way. And I have read the whole plan, and I love our downtown. I love the train depot. I was attracted to that from the moment I came to Nampa. It's iconic, and it's a beautiful historic building. And I'm just really concerned by the pictures that are depicted in the implementation plan. I know they're just a concept, but it really concerns me that the train station will be overshadowed by what is shown in the pictures. And also the farmer's market is shown like in a corridor with pop-up tents. I'm concerned about that. Lloyd's Square. I mean, just the pictures, maybe they're not accurate. I don't know, but I'm really concerned by what I saw in the pictures. And if there could be more accurate pictures depicting, then maybe it would alleviate some of our concerns about the 6-story apartment buildings downtown that look like they would kind of, and the parking structure or whatever it is would block the view. I think that the train depot should be the focal point of downtown. And if Lloyd Square is going to be relocated, I think that would be a good place for it, would be right in front of the train depot. But anyways, I just wanted to come and share my comments because I'm not necessarily opposed to revitalizing downtown. I think it's a great idea. But I do have serious concerns, having come from a city that when I was a child, they renovated the downtown. I lived there for 55 years, and it has not recovered since. They basically ruined our downtown when they renovated it, and it's not the same, never has been. So that's my concern. I'm sharing from past experience that please proceed cautiously and carefully. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else here that had intended to testify this evening? See no one. Bree, would you like to provide any closing comments? And I would appreciate if there's a picture that depicts what Cheryl was talking about, because I think that's the feasibility study versus the implementation plan. Tonight, I just want to make sure I'm saying what I'm saying correctly. I believe that what you're referring to, Morgan, I'll let you speak to it.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. There are some images from in that feasibility study reference section of the downtown implementation plan that show the original proposed layout. There is a new depiction that will be before NDC shortly. We can work with staff to get those updated as the project moves through, the feasibility study project moves through the process with NDC. We can keep those images and information updated back in this plan, understanding that these two things are running kind of concurrent, just to make sure we are reflecting the most accurate version. Part of this is just the nature of the projects running simultaneously.
Thank you. So just, Cheryl, the feasibility study has the drawings for the housing. This is the implementation plan, which is a little different, but they do work. But NDC is the one that has conducted the feasibility study. I will say, I don't believe I've seen any pictures that impact the train depot at all. Am I correct on that?
Mayor, you are correct, and I would add on to that as we move forward in the form-based code. Some of the feedback we heard, again, was that protecting the train depot. So we have a very specific setback and step backs to preserve that 12th Avenue view shed. We did go ahead and bump out in that proposed preservation area the train depot as well. So protecting the depot is something we care a lot about, and I will just say that there is additional review for the adding historic preservation code coming behind form-based code. So in a lot of this concern I'm hearing about the charm and aesthetics, those issues are also coming forward as we work through the process.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarity. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, Morgan hit a lot of the things that I was going to touch back on. Concerns, what we heard, concerns about Lloyd Square. I think that will be addressed through the feasibility study and anything that comes out of that. We also heard concerns around parking. Any new residential units in downtown will be required to provide their own parking on their own site. So that will be handled as well. We currently don't have parking requirements for any new commercial currently. So any new residential will be required to provide parking. In turn, again, Morgan touched on the aesthetics, but form-based code is really going to handle that. They're going to handle the setbacks and step backs to maintain views, and so it doesn't feel when you're walking down the street that you have a 6-story building over you. When you look up, you'll only be able to see really or feel that 2-story building, which is what the downtown is currently made up of. Form-based code will also cover we heard that people don't want it to look too modern. We want that charm, that feeling. Form-based code will address some of those things as well. And then, let's see. The other one, would just, again, keep the Christmas tree visible, train station. I think all those things are going to be handled through that form-based code. And understanding that I think as staff in the city, we don't want anything to happen to the train depot either. And we love to look at the Christmas tree just as much as everyone else. So I think that's something that we all value that won't be lost.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Bree? Yes,
I
Councilman
just have
Rodriguez.
one. Brianna, doesn't the implementation plan show the removal of Lloyd Square and replace it by a tall building?
Mayor and council.
Isn't that the plan right now?
The implementation plan does not show that. The
It doesn't?
implementation plan is a compilation of existing downtown plans. NDC's feasibility study contemplates the idea of housing in downtown.
Oh, I see.
With the Lloyd Square being integrated into that design,
But not this plan?
but not this plan.
Okay, thank you. Because I was wondering about that. Okay.
Are there any other questions for, yes, Councilman Haverfield?
Thank you for your presentation, Brianna. Being that I get to sit on 3 or 4 of these commissions, we've been seeing just a lot of different back and forth conversation workshops and things. And so when Morgan mentioned that there's still some updated drafts coming, that was what I was going to ask you, because I had specifically asked about a couple of changes that I don't see in these documents yet, but they're probably coming. One of those is the First Street continuation to 11th Avenue. Instead of being pedestrian only, being able to still be traffic-generated thoroughfare as well, since there's a light right there. That was something, and then obviously, as we talked with the mayor, she said in one of the meetings where we talked at the form-based code on 12th Avenue, being able to step the buildings back so that vertical separation back lends itself to be able to identify the train depot from a distance coming into the downtown. So those are things that are being redrafted at this point by the downtown renovation guys.
Yes, Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, yes, if there are updated images from the feasibility study that we can integrate back into the implementation plan to better reflect the idea of what we're potentially looking at, we're happy to include those images. The implementation plan, I believe, states that we should consider and look at concepts for pedestrian closures, but I don't believe it identifies a specific roadway. There might be, we can double check to make sure there's the imagery doesn't reflect that.
In this report, 2nd and 3rd Street are indicated from going away from one-ways to two-ways. And then at First Street isn't identified at all, but in the images, it's indicating it is a pedestrian-only area.
So we can go back and update to make sure that the verbiage reflects the imagery and vice versa.
Okay, that's where my concern lied with us adopting something that's not accurate or isn't properly coordinated, to make sure that it is properly coordinated before we adopt it. That's where my concern lies. So, and like I say, I know that there's other, things taking place concurrently with this, and so maybe that's where something's being missed or accepted one area and not here. So, otherwise I'm concerned about my vote in favor, knowing that there's changes still yet to be made.
Yeah, so certainly Mayor and Council, that's certainly something.
Rodney?
Do you want to say something
Yeah,
first?
thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to kind of re-emphasize that this plan is about principles and kind of vision that has been established in lots of different planning efforts that we've had. It's not intended to show a specific project and what exactly needs to be done. This is truly just conceptual in nature. So those 14 projects that came out of the plan, that's the main core of what the recommendation is. It's not intended to say, on First Street, you should do a pedestrian mall or close down 2nd and 3rd. It's truly intended to just be, consider that and go through that process, fully go through the details and the outreach so that we get it done right. This is really high-level planning right now.
And that's fair. I just, again, when we're talking about guiding documents,
yeah,
and we're talking about circulation patterns, that's not the buildings. That's just the circulation. So that's where my concern was, to make sure that we get the traffic patterns properly identified. And then it's market-driven, as been stated earlier. The market will come in and they'll ask what they can do and partner with us, and there's a lot of other agency departments, design review and such, that they'll have to meet with. So again, it's more the circulation patterns that I was questioning in this report. Make sure that those changes are coming.
Councilman Haverfield, thank you for your comments. And I think what I'm hearing you say is to ensure that we make sure that the final document, if we have a motion to approve tonight, that we go back and make sure that there's clarity. But we also need to look at the difference between the two, feasibility and this one, and make sure that this one doesn't have something, like you're suggesting maybe that there's a street that shows that it's two-way or one-way versus two-way. So we just want to make sure that those are, whatever images are there reflect.
The language in the
Yes.
document, yes,
Uh-huh.
both.
And then
Would that be sufficient?
Yeah, and my final comment would be the RAISE grant as well, how that plays into this as well, because we're talking about pedestrian access into the downtown from North Nampa, how that comes into all this as far as another layer to add on to the complexity of what's being described.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, our consultant did look at the RAISE grant documentation when they were compiling all of this back together. In terms of like what actually came into the boundary of the implementation plan was just the possibility of that 14th and 16th Avenue pedestrian bridge. So that was included in how that connection would be made.
So will this council be making the determination on which pathway is chosen, either 14th, 11th, or 16th?
Ultimately, yes, decision is not
it's
being
out
made
there
here
ways.
in this document at all.
Yes, this
Yeah.
council will be making that decision because it'll come back before this council once they get through. Yeah, it will. So with that, are there any other questions for Bree? Okay, if there are not, then I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, this is an opportunity for council discussion and followed by motions.
Mayor,
Yes?
ready to make
Was
a
that you?
motion?
Okay.
I move to approve the project as stated on the screen with the proposed findings.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion at this time?
And Mayor, one other thing,
Oh.
with the addition and notation that the updated documents will reflect the comments made by Councilman Haverfield.
And does the second still stand?
I clarify those comments, if you wouldn't mind, Councilman Haverfield.
As far as the updates, we didn't really get into specifics, but there has been through several meetings on the form-based code, on even the arts and historic preservation. We've talked about how everything kind of comes together and culminates in this process. So the main thing that I'm looking for is just the updated definition of the pedestrian versus vehicular drive lanes in the downtown core.
Thank you. My second still stands.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Chingula? Yes. Fields?
No.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, so I know we've got 3 more public hearings, and I know we want to move quickly. This is a time where many times with council, we say, we've been here for 2 hours, we're going to take a quick pause. I want to defer to council and say, do you want to take a quick break before we dig into the last 3? And I'm seeing a yes, so I do apologize. We're going to take a quick break. We'll try not to be too long so you don't have to sit here all evening, and we will be right back. Thank you all. Okay, I think we're ready to get started. So we are ready to move forward with agenda item 8.2. So 8.2 is an action item. This is a zoning map amendment from neighborhood business to community business zoning district and a development agreement modification of ordinance number 4862. This is on 3.46 acres in portions of 3 parcels addressed as 2321 Sunny Ridge Road and 0617 East Greenhurst Road. This is for Sunny Acre Partners, LLC. The original concept is a rezone from business neighborhood to community business and a development agreement modification to permit more retail uses in multiple buildings and allow drive-throughs. Is our applicant here this evening? Thank you. So as you come forward, go ahead and state your name and address, and you'll have 7 minutes, and thank you for being here. Thank
Mayor?
you. Yes.
Real
Oh,
quickly.
excuse me. Yes.
Mayor, real quick, I need to express I'll be abstaining from this item discussion. I have an indirect conflict of interest. So.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I didn't call upon you. Thank you. Okay.
Madam
Good
Mayor,
evening.
members of the council, my name is Larry Leisure. I'm one of the partners in this project. I can't believe it. We were before you 2.5 years ago, and we appreciated the unanimous support of the zoning that's present in place. And up front, let me share with you, I do
Larry,
apologize.
Can you give us your address real quick?
Oh, I'm sorry. 2320 Crooked Stick Road in Eagle.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank
now
you.
you can keep going.
No. First of all, as I say, I apologize only because when we came before you with this project and so forth, I not only misunderstood, but I was wrong because in the zoning that we requested, it was to include, as was on my site plan that I presented and was approved, a drive-through and for restaurant and or at the same time, perhaps coffee and a convenience store that would also accompany fuel at the site. So that's the only purpose this evening, to share with you. We're not trying to increase uses that perhaps are not in the BN zone, but I assumed, that was my part of the project, that a conditional use could be presented in place if we did decide to go with a convenience store with gas and also drive-throughs in this particular area. So I share that with you first because, first of all, let me be sure I can work this. Yeah. And first of all, the project site as was presented in our original with the zoning that was there. This particular location as major arterial, you approved the existing zoning once again for RN. That's what we requested. And the cottage concept for residential, which I think you will find when they move forward, will be a very exciting project, very close to what you've already seen in the residential. We're only this evening talking with you only about the commercial parcel. And the commercial parcel as it sits today is one parcel, one ownership. At the time we presented our plan, a portion of this was another property owner that was working with us for access to tie in the major portion, as you'll see on this concept. On the corner is a drive-through coffee. We had other retail. We looked at childcare, which we still have been looking at that, and other neighborhood uses that we think make sense. The truth of the matter is that other than other than approximately and going out past Skyview High School, it's approximately 1.6 miles to a small commercial, and there is a service station in that, actually two in that location, 1.6 miles out. And then on Sunny Ridge, it's another 1.6 miles into the Holly Shopping Center, which is the next site with any type of neighborhood commercial. And then going in the other direction, which would be going out south, there's nothing out there. There is no neighborhood commercial or convenience type uses. So for that reason, that's why we initially came in before you for this zone and this approval. We have since that time, we're in the process of finalizing agreements with a major residential. But today in the commercial, we have a number of convenience store interest for the site. And we then, as of a year ago, which you'll see, proposing the BC. This is now the new preliminary plat of the area of the commercial. This is only the commercial as you see above you. Staff has recommended 2 plats, one of commercial, which is what this will disclose, and the other piece would be residential, and that will be coming forth soon, independent of that. So this approximately is one of the very preliminary plans, not final, but as you will see here, the roadway, we've extended that now for the drive with literally no access along Greenhurst except at Ivy. And we've tied that together now and made that happen, and that's all tied now to the real estate. In the same location and plan as one saw before. This is preliminary landscape plan for the commercial. In this, it meets definitely city code, landscape code. There is a 6-foot fencing between the residential and the commercial. The 20-foot landscape plan all along Greenhurst and Sunny Ridge in all the properties as outlined. Once again, we have provided and released all rights of way in the plat to and for the city. This would be a private drive as we'd indicated in our initial approval. After many, as you will notice, April 3, 23, we started with a major charrette for all the neighbors above and beyond 300 feet of the neighborhood. We started our neighborhood meetings there in June, application in July of 23, and then came with our initial application and planning and zoning approved November 14 in 23, so just about 2 years ago. City Council unanimously approved. In December of 03, we came back and submitted our application, as I say, because I was not accurate in the conditional use permit proposal at this basis. So we are before you tonight based upon that, asking for a BC zone, but as far as uses,
Madam Mayor, time.
is my seven minutes up?
It is, but I would like to ask you, I don't know if you have another slide after this. I think it's important that we get, that we have a full understanding of what you're wanting to accomplish.
Very good.
Thank you. So go ahead.
I'll be very quick.
Thank you.
These were the dates that were approved unanimously. We then have had hundreds and hundreds of hours. We are not proposing a vape or tobacco shops on the site. We are saying that the uses that were there prior. So we're simply requesting a rezone to BC with a development agreement limiting the uses to BN permitted uses plus allowing us to have a convenience store with gas and restaurant coffee drive-through. That's the whole purpose of this request. Thank you.
Pause there. Council, do you have any questions on this proposed project and the changes? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions right now, so we'll have you back
Thank
after
you.
public hearing. And Larry, thank you so much. Okay, staff report. Christy, this is, I think it's Christy.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. As stated, the request before you this evening is for a development agreement modification and rezone from BN to BC for the project located on the southwest corner of Greenhurst and Sunny Ridge. He went through the timeline of approvals, so I am not going to bother you with that again. The property is currently surrounded to the north by RS6 zoning, to the south by RS 8.5 zoning, to the east with RD, and to the west with RD, all single-family subdivisions. The area is surrounded, all single-family subdivisions, excuse me. Through the schedule of uses, the BC zone will be evaluated at the time of the building permit. So as he stated at the end there, where you guys could potentially limit the uses that you might allow in the BC zone, we need to make that a condition of approval if that's a direction that you decide to go. The BC zoning district creates the opportunity for a wider range of businesses to serve an area with a fairly dense population. There are city emergency services available to this property. All new construction will be required to be submitted for design review, and a code compliance does have an open case currently for weeds, but that will be taken care of with the development. For engineering, it will be required to install appropriate frontage improvements to provide access to the businesses and fill the gaps in the sidewalk along Greenhurst and Sunny Ridge roads. It will be required to extend city services to and through the new development. The developer will construct road improvements along East Greenhurst Road to match those conditioned and being constructed by the adjacent Parker Estates subdivision, and modify the center lane striping to accommodate two-way left turns at development access at the time of property development. The developer shall modify Sunny Ridge Road striping to provide a center turn lane at the development access at the time that the property is developed. So the comprehensive plan future land use map indicates this area as high-density residential. However, it was approved with a planned unit development, and that is how we have the mix of uses that we have currently with the commercial on the corner. The development agreement modification request, we have in our code in 1025D1 a list of items that would be considered a substantial change to a development agreement. The last one says, items determined to be substantial changes according to the planning and zoning director or his or her designee. In this case, since they're wanting to change the zoning and the uses that were provided in the concept plan, we determined that to be a substantial change, and that's why this request is before you this evening. Okay, he already showed you the layout, so the one on the left, sorry, which way are you looking at this? The one on the left is the old one. The one on the right will be the new layout for the commercial pads. And that will be what will go into the new concept plan. We did receive some correspondence, one from Code Compliance stating that they do have an open case. The engineering division provided their general comments about the right-of-way and frontage improvements, and the fire district indicated that this development is located approximately 0.2 miles from fire station number 2 with an approximate response time of 3 minutes. And those were the only comments that we received on this project. For the rezone from BN to BC, there are 3 criteria that you need to determine if this is appropriate. The proposed map amendment is in harmony with the comprehensive plan because there is a PUD in place on this property for a mix of uses. The proposed map amendment is providing uses that would be reasonably compatible with the area. As he indicated, there is a need for some commercial services in this area. The proposed amendment is or would be in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary because it will fill those sidewalk gaps, it will make improvements to the roadways, and any projects that go through will have to go through design review, so they will be appropriate for the area. These are the recommended conditions of approval with the potential addition for the limiting of the uses that might go on that corner. These are your potential motions, and I'll stand for any questions.
Christie, thank you. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Just one question. The private drive that runs east-west over to Sunny Ridge, will that be a full access onto Sunny Ridge or limited?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, I would have to defer to Daniel to answer that question, as that's a transportation issue.
At this point, it would be a full access at some point in the future as traffic volumes on Sunny Ridge there, south of Greenhurst, expand. It's potential that it could be restricted, but at this point, it would be full access.
Just for the developer's standpoint, just want to let him know that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Christie, for ease of making a motion when we get to that point, because it's only specifically looking for a convenience store, gas station, or coffee shop and restaurant, are we needing to go through and list all of the things that need to be struck from the BC land uses, or do we specifically say that we're redesignating this from BN to BC specifically and only limiting it to the desired uses on that land?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman Griffin. That's a great question. I had this conversation with the applicant. I sent them the list of uses comparatively and said, you know, you guys kind of need to go through this and decide what you want to propose. So I think his last slide, which I will bring up again when you're ready to make that motion, is their response to that conversation, and that they're willing to go with those limited uses with the convenience store and the drive-through restaurant. So basically, what I would recommend the motion being to add a condition that we use all of the same BN uses on the property plus the convenience store and the restaurant with the drive-through. And that would only add those two by process of elimination. That seems like an easier list to me than going through and trying to decide what to allow and what not to allow.
Well, and that's why I raised the question at all. Why is it to change from BN to BC if we could just do a BN with the exceptions of so-and-so and the notice that we've given for that? So I think we all come to the same place. I just was curious if I should, or whoever may, go from BN to BC or BN with the inclusion of.
Well, Councilman Griffin, unfortunately, we can't allow things that are not allowed. So we have to go the other direction with that. We have to put it into a zone where they are allowed and then pull out the pieces that we don't want.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the clarity on that. Are there any other questions for Christie? Okay, we'll have you back if we need to.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Okay, this is a public hearing, and
Madam Mayor, no one requested to provide public testimony on this item.
is there anyone here that had intended to testify this evening? Yes, go ahead and come forward, and thank you for stating your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Carrie Gelstrap, and my home is at 62 North Liberty Drive in Nampa. First, I do have a letter that I would like to enter into record that was not able to be entered into record from Mr. Greg Hathaway, the owner of Hathaway Homes. I don't know if I need to read this letter, if I can just submit it into record. I don't know how that works.
I think, well, if you want it to be considered, then you might want to read it.
Okay. Well, I will read that, but I'm also in support of this proposal. So I will read this quickly. My name is Greg Hathaway, on his behalf, former president of the Snake River Valley Builders Association, current member of the City of Nampa's Building and Fire Code Advisory and Appeals Board, and owner of Hathaway Homes, Inc., a firm that has been building in this valley for decades. In both my professional capacity and my advisory role to the city, I have seen the immense value that thoughtful, long-range planning and true collaboration between the development community and municipal leadership can bring to Nampa. I am writing in strong support of the Greenhurst Crossing proposal. Projects of this caliber do not appear by accident. They require sophisticated planning, financial discipline, a willingness among multiple parties to engineer a compatible and neighbor-conscious outcome. In this case, the developer could have pursued higher density apartments under current market demand, but instead elected to advance a more context-sensitive mixed-use concept that responds to neighborhood input while still contributing meaningful commercial vitality. As builders, we value predictability, efficiency, and the ability to deliver housing and services that truly serve local families. Mixed use done right, cohesive, scaled, and attractive creates enduring community value, and that is only possible when city leadership recognizes well-considered plans, rather than discouraging them simply for involving innovation or a fuel canopy serving a neighborhood-scale commercial node. This is precisely the type of investment Nampa should welcome, locally engaged professionals working together, not absentee speculation. Thoughtful projects such as Greenhurst Crossing expand the tax base, bring needed convenience to residents, and keep dollars circulating with our own economy. They are far more difficult to execute than conventional single-use developments, and only advance when the city signals that responsible collaborative planning is truly embraced. I respectfully urge the council to support this project and affirm that Nampa remains a place where builders, landowners, and the city can partner to balance growth and respect with existing neighborhoods. Sincerely, Greg Hathaway.
Thank you. And did you have anything else you wanted to share?
I would just like to share that. I do support this, this development. I think it's something that our community needs. Right now, where I live, it would just be more convenient for me to go to this area to get the gas that I need, and rather than going to over to, Garrity or the 12th Avenue area. I do live just 2 miles from this point, and I just think that that's would be a great benefit to our community. So I do support this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify this evening? Okay, seeing no one, Larry, would you like to make some closing comments?
Well, Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for your consideration of this request. We've had an incredible amount of opportunity in this particular project to explore the cottage project that you'll see happen, and trying to tie that into the commercial. And I assure you, and there was a comment made, we want to do things right. We do things right and want that to happen. And so for that, I'm very appreciative. There are a number of other letters we do have from the neighbors and other neighbors that are here tonight that have supported us as we've gone through this. So thank you very much. I appreciate the extra time. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions? Seeing none, and if we have no discussion, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, this is an opportunity for council discussion and/or motion.
Mayor?
Yes?
For a motion, if I could?
Yes.
Mayor, I move to approve the map change, the zoning map amendment from BN to BC to include all B and limit it to all BN zone uses, as well as the addition to a convenience store with gas station and a restaurant/coffee shop with drive-through, as presented on the screen.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? See none? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And for Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
There you go. Done for the evening. Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to move to 8.3 on the agenda. This is an action item. It's pre-annexation and pre-zoning to community business and a development agreement for the New Life Landscape LLC at 2046 North Robinson Boulevard This is for a total of 3.54 acres for Carlos Torres. The original concept is to continue operating a landscape business in the county with the potential for retail sales of nursery and landscape material. Is our applicant here this evening? Good evening. Go ahead and come forward and give us your name and address, and we'll let you share what you're trying to, what you want to accomplish.
My name is Carlos Torres. I live at 655 East Kingsford Drive, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. We run a landscape construction design business, and I actually had my property at Amity and Robinson, so just a few miles to the south. Bought this property almost 2 years ago. I ran my business over at the other property thinking that I could do a landscape business on agricultural land. Found out that I'm not able to do that now, so once I bought this new property, they informed me that I'd have to either get a conditional use permit or a rezone. So I elected to go the rezone route, mainly because I feel like it's the most honest thing to do to my neighbors. That's what we want to do eventually. We'd like to have retail sales, sell trees and plants, other items like that. Essentially right now, what we'd like to do mainly is just continue to operate and serve the community with landscape construction services. So we do have a fireworks stand that has been there the last couple years, just opened during the fireworks season, limited pretty much to those uses.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for our applicant?
I do, just one.
Yes.
Carlos, what's the status of Canyon County Planning and Zoning?
So we were about to go to hearing, and then we were informed by City of Nampa, I think it was around July timeframe, that we needed to come through this pre-annexation meeting prior to that to get the city's approval, is my
Okay.
understanding.
Okay, you'll talk about that later. Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, so as you maybe noticed, we will have you come back.
Okay.
So we'll listen to staff, we'll do a public hearing, and then we'll have you come back and ask any additional questions.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I have a
Yes,
question.
oh,
real
I'm
quick.
sorry. Yes.
What kind of fireworks do you sell?
They're aerial fireworks, so what's allowed to be sold in the county. So this type of stuff that you see sold outside of city limits.
Okay, so, and just so you know, those are illegal to sell in the city limits, so
Right.
this would change that for you.
Potentially, yeah. So we're in the county, we're in the area of impact in the city, so I don't know. That would be up to you guys, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, just for clarification, this is a pre-annexation, correct? So if we were to approve the motion as it is tonight, that wouldn't affect necessarily right here and now. It's when the annexation does come in the future.
I think it's a
staff.
very good question, and so I think that's something we will address. Thank you. Carlos, thank you very much. Thank you. Hey, Rodney?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You're asking all the right questions. I'm ready to answer those. So this is a pre-annexation and a pre-zoning, plus a development agreement to lock any conditions you have in place. I think he's done a good job of describing what his intention is. You can see on the screen here the location on the corner of Airport and Robinson Road, and the colors where you see the RMH, RP, and BC are the city boundaries. So we're good distance off from existing city, but this would be pre-annexation. And I'll go into details about why. Why do we have to go through pre-annexation? So the county zoning is agriculture. It does not allow a landscape business. The applicant is seeking a county conditional rezone to MUA, which is mixed use arterial, to allow the business to continue. Canyon County and the City of Nampa have a joint powers agreement that kind of directs what happens inside the impact area. And the City of Nampa provides recommendations to Canyon County P&Z Commission and the Board of County Commissioners when a rezone is proposed in our impact area. So they give great weight to that. They consider our comments on that because it's in our impact area. And then Ken County allows Nampa's future land use map to apply with approval of a city pre-annexation. So we have to go through that process to allow him to get approval through the county. So on September 9th, 2025, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval, but they added a condition, and that condition is that the property owner shall construct the side path or sidewalk according to the City of Nampa adopted engineering specifications and policies and master plans within 12 months of the date of annexation ordinance being recorded. So this was their recommendation to you to say, hey, we really don't think that the side path should be installed at this moment, but within 12 months, a year of when the annexation actually occurs is when they think that should occur and be required.
For clarity, that's annexation when it's contiguous to the city limits.
Correct.
Not pre-annexation.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry.
That was a great question. The proposed conditions and proposed findings in the staff report reflect the recommendation by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I'll get into the specifics of how that process occurs with the county in just a second here, but just quickly, our comprehensive plan, community mixed use, zoning would follow that, and it could be the BC zoning as proposed. It's a pre-zoning, essentially, just kind of establishing the rules for how you would evaluate this. Surrounding land uses, county residential subdivisions, and then some active farms to the northeast and the southeast. And I can skip over the applicant's stated purpose. He's already stated that. Just a heads up, there is an access point on the southern end of this on Robinson Road, and then an access point on Airport Road as well.
Would those access points continue?
Yeah, those would
Good.
continue.
They would need to, so.
Yep.
Perfect, thank you.
So, whoops. Yeah. There's the utilities. There is water really nearby. This is kind of unique. I see some questioning faces up there because what the city has done in the past is that we've provided water service to some of these county subdivisions because it's so far out there that we're not contiguous, but we have a requirement that once they become contiguous, that they would annex into the city. And water's fairly easy to, relatively easy to provide versus sewer. Water can be pretty shallow, and the service being provided to those. And so what that allows them to do when they have water, and this may not apply to this situation, but it allows for smaller lot sizes because Southwest District Health will only allow some smaller lot sizes for a septic tank when they have a separate water system that's provided by the city. So that's why that's applicable, is if this were to develop in the future, there is water available nearby. And emergency services, until such time as the property is annexed into the city, all emergency services will continue to be provided as they are currently being provided to the site. So our joint powers agreement was established in 2005. I've already given you a quick summary of that, but the city responds to every rezone or every CUP that the county goes through that is within that impact area. So it's really critical that we provide, as staff, that we provide the comments for their decision that reflect what your decision would be, and that's why we go through that pre-annexation process, to get your take on it before that happens. So the pre-annexation process, the application is evaluated by Nampa City staff. The Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission holds a public hearing. The Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission provides a recommendation. The Nampa City Council holds a public hearing. The Nampa City Council makes a decision and provides a recommendation, because staff provides that, to to Canyon County Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. And that's based on your decision tonight. The agreement that we have with the county stipulates the layout, with the property owner would stipulate the layout, the densities, and any other conditions required by council. So this is a way to lock in place what you want. If the request is not approved, the staff will issue a letter to Canyon County indicating opposition to the application. I think I skipped over that ideally it would be that they would put it as a condition. Whatever our recommendation is, they would put it as a condition. So pre-annexation key points, building permit is still handled by Canyon County Development Services, so we don't have anything to do with that at this point. Engineering is handled by Canyon County. Development agreement with city is a contract for which non-compliance may result in legal action. Ideally, the city's recommendations will be incorporated as conditions. And then annexation is a requirement at time of being contiguous. It's an automatic thing.
Rodney, just for clarification, automatically, all the application fees, everything would be paid, or they would have to remember and then come in and reapply and go through a process with our economic development or planning and zoning team?
Great question, Mayor. City Council, that is a great question. So what we've established in our code is that they will have to go through our same process of annexation. However, they pay up front. So this pre-annexation process, it's a double charge so that they are prepaying for when the annexation occurs, and we just go through the process. So same, you would still have to meet all the criteria listed in code. It has to be contiguous, has to match the comp plan, all of those things. But it's kind of locked in place with the development agreement. So applicable regulations, I think I can just touch high level on these, but there's some, you have to screen from view some outside equipment, storage of equipment. That's our design codes, as well as in the BC zone require that. Again,
Could I ask a quick question? As I was just looking over that, so this is a unique piece of property. And the way it's laid out, because it actually says permitted and non-permitted, and then it says nurseries, is this considered a nursery? It's a landscaping business, so maybe not.
yeah, we don't consider this a nursery. It's a little different, but if they chose to do that in the future, that would apply.
Okay. Keep going, thank you.
Just to confirm, that was his intent though, correct? In a few years, you wanted to do retail sales, so it would be considered a nursery. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We just, right at this moment, we consider it a landscape business. It's just a service business. Okay, so these are the setbacks and things that apply to a BC zone if it were coming into the city today. I don't think we're going to have any concerns here. He's not proposing to build buildings right up against this property line or anything. Here is still in the BC zone. Commercial properties, parking and loading facilities shall be distant at least 20 feet from the intervening street's edge. So that would apply in this situation. And then code would require at the time that if they were to annex into the city and then have the standards apply, these are the standards that would apply to them if they were to build a building in the city. We would just recommend this on to the county that they would require this amount of parking as part of their development. I think I've touched on this, but they do need to screen from view any outside equipment or materials. And anything that's left to gravel needs to be screened as well. So I think I have a map in a second here, but I might get to it in a second. Correspondence, Nampa Development engineering conditions, there's pretty standard comments here, but the ones I've highlighted, I think just deserve a little attention. Existing access points at Robinson Boulevard and Airport Road shall remain. That's already been addressed. And then 7, shall construct a side path along the street frontage in accordance with current adopted specifications and policies at time of property development. Again, the recommendation from Planning and Zoning was that that be delayed until after annexation. Canyon County Development Services just pointed out they're going through the rezone process and that this would go into that packet for their consideration. So Building Department and Code Compliance both had comments that I think really apply to when it comes into the city. They're concerned about, is it in a condition that we need it as we take responsibility for it? And we don't have that yet. It's going to be a while before this would come in with the city. Okay, so here's a public comment we received is that the person next door at 6507 Airport Road, the only request they have is that they install a 6-foot tall solid plastic almond color fence and maintain. This will reduce sound and dust. So the red line is what they were requesting be 6 feet. However, design review code does not allow residential fence style when seen from the public view. However, if applicant builds a fence to design review standards along the public view, which is green, they could build the residential fence requested abutting the neighbor in the dark blue, but they can't be in front of the building, so it needs to be behind the line of the building. So the dark blue would be where they did that residential fence line, and I think the applicant's ready to speak to this as well, but the green would be where they could screen from view, have a design reviewed fence that has multiple materials, and it's kind of decorative fencing. So it's a little more expensive of a fence, but that's how they would handle that in the BC zone.
Could I ask a question on this fence along the red line? Is the neighbor the one right there on Airport Road? So I'm confused. Why would we have a fence that goes next to a field? I can understand they're asking for a fence for dust probably by their home, but that's a very long area that goes into a field. Is that the neighbor's field?
That's all one property.
It's all one property. Okay, that's interesting.
On their crops.
Okay. Interesting, okay.
Okay, and then I also received another comment, and that's in red and then crossed out. I just wanted to, the applicant spoke with this neighbor, and they were confused about which property it was and which business they were talking about. So once they spoke to the applicant, they sent me a letter stating, I'd like to withdraw my concern. But it was in your packet, so I just wanted you to be aware of that. That was withdrawn, and then they said they supported this.
Okay. Is that the same neighbor with the fence?
No, this
That's
is a different neighbor.
Okay, different one, okay.
Okay, so in speaking, this is the applicant's stated interest for the conditions. In speaking with the neighbors, certain concerns were raised that I think will be addressed with the conditions I'd like to implement. I would like to install a fence to block visibility from our bulk materials and equipment yard. I would like to install the fence 8 feet in height on the south and east ends of the property. On the frontage, 6-foot height would be desired. Another concern was dust control, which we would address with covering the traffic areas with the property with clean gravel or recycled asphalt. We would want to install bathrooms for employees and potential customers that would be determined by the health department. And that will also be required as part of their building permits if they pull any permits with the county. And then, so they just, again, I think the key here is that they are willing to build a fence. They'll need to comply with our fence standards that are in place in our code. Code allows gravel on the portion of the property behind the primary structure that are screened from view with a designed review fence or wall. I think we've talked enough about this, but that's where the fence could go. And these are the proposed conditions. These are not different than what planning and zoning recommended, and these are all in your packet. I'm happy to go through them, but they cover everything we've talked about. And then I added this one. I forgot to add this in your staff report, but this was presented to planning and zoning as well. Property owner authorizes the city of Nampa to annex the property following the property becoming contiguous to the city boundaries. Just kind of a protection for us. So these are the four criteria for pre-annexation. The project is consistent with the Nampa Comprehensive Plan and future land use map. The project proposal meets city standards and code requirements. The proposed pre-annexation is in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary. And then if requested, the Nampa Board of Appraisers formally recommended utility connections to the development to the Nampa City Council. So on the number 4, there's no request for utilities at this time, so that's not applicable. Number 3, the pre-annexation is in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary. That is certainly an area that you have flexibility to discuss and decide on. The first 2, though, are pretty straightforward. The comprehensive plan would allow this, and the proposal meets the city standards and code requirements as proposed with the conditions. And then I've listed all the facts. I don't necessarily need to go through those, but those are all in your packet, and I'm happy to cover them if you think you need to, but essentially I've just described the conclusion as well. I think it meets the comprehensive plan, the codes, and it's up to you to decide whether it's in the interest of the public. And with that, I also have a decision for denial if you choose to go that direction, a conclusion for denial. And then here are a couple of motions for your consideration.
Thank you, Rodney. Yes.
So Rodney, is it workable that we would have for lack of better words, a development agreement between us and the applicant that would say this is how certain issues should be built out and what standards? So rather than getting county standards and then one day annexing to the city, that improvements are being put in to the city standards?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're proposing.
Okay, so that part's there. And then, so do we, if this is approved, are we actually executing and recording a pre-development / annexation agreement on the property?
Yeah, so Mayor and Council, that we don't necessarily record an agreement except in the form of the development agreement. So I guess the answer is yes, because we're going to put all of those, the findings, the conclusions, the conditions, all into a development agreement so that it locks it in place what would be required.
So if the property was sold at some point,
yep,
it's recorded and that's disclosed what was previously placed upon the property.
That's correct.
Okay. Final item I have is for Daniel. So the question is that it would seem Robinson and Airport Road's a major deal, realizing right now it's got the roundabout, but future plans of South Robinson corridor, which you brought before council many months back. So it would seem that plan and reference to it and the ability to obtain or an agreement that we would have the dedicated right-of-way that we need from this corner.
At this point, so Crystal has been the one handling the Robinson corridor plan. I'm not as familiar with it. I would say that I don't know that we are in a position to know specifically what right-of-way we would need through there. I believe the Highway District is who did that roundabout, and let me...
I just remember you did a presentation one evening on all the different sections of Robinson
Yep.
south of the freeway and
Looking at the right-of-way that was acquired for that roundabout, it does appear that the roundabout was acquired with adequate right-of-way to expand that to a dual-lane roundabout in the future, without need for additional right-of-way. That being said, if the corridor plan were to call for something else, a signal, looking at the location that this roundabout was shifted to the east some, and so if it were to go some different direction than a roundabout in the future, it looks to me that there is not a significant amount of right-of-way that we would need from that property, except potentially at the very south end. But even there, I think we're pretty safe with that.
I just think we need to add some language in there that would have that corner dealt with.
And that, if we were to do that, obviously we would need funding for that, as well as plans developed enough to know what those right-of-way needs are. And as we take public testimony in that, I will look and see if I can find that study, the Robinson Corridor study, and see if there's enough detail there to facilitate that.
Yeah, my concern is being able to have something identified, so if the property owner makes improvements, the improvements aren't going in where some future right-of-way is needed, that
Yep.
it's acknowledged. That's what I'm trying to avoid as a future conflict.
Yep, and looking at it, it appears that assuming a dual lane roundabout there, that right-of-way has already been acquired. I will see if I can pull up the Robinson Road Corridor study and see what it shows in that area while public testimony, if there is any.
Thank you.
And Mayor and Council, I'll just add that there is a 20-foot landscape buffer that's required, so we couldn't have a building in that 20-foot landscape buffer behind the property line either. So there is that flexibility sometimes that we've used in the past to say, okay, we have landscaping there, but in order to expand this roadway, we're going to need to take some of that landscaping. So there is a little bit of buffer there that we can work with in the future.
But from the standpoint of the applicant, if he sets up a landscape business there, retail or subcontract, those lines need to be identified.
Sure, yeah.
To know, so if there's any improvements going in, it's not tear out and have to move one day.
Yeah, correct.
I guess the question for the applicant is, first of all, do you agree with all the conditions that have been put here? And secondly, are you aware, have you guys discussed the potential not roundabout, but Highway 16 southbound corridor if it were to go through there? That's what Councilman Bills is referencing, the potential widening of that road.
So I purchased the property from the highway district after the roundabout was put in. So I'm pretty certain that they've considered what their future plan is with Robinson Road. Obviously, I can't speak for them, but I can tell how far they've set the property line back a certain distance. So to me, it appears that they've kind of accounted for that. As far as the conditions that I think the commissioners placed last time, I was in agreement with those, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions for Rodney?
Mayor?
Yes.
Rodney, this is in the current comprehensive plan, it's community mixed use, and yes, BC is part of that, but the focus, it said providing community-wide needs. And I don't know if I'm just missing the vision of what this is gonna be, but I'm not sure how that fits. Can you help me
Yeah.
understand that?
Sure. Thank you for that question. In the facts, in my findings and facts, I can't remember which bullet point it was, but I basically stated that the business is providing services to the entire valley. So that is how I handled that question. That you're right, there's some subjectivity there, and the only way I could think of how this fits into that category is that it provides services for the entire community. And if they opened it up for retail, sale of trees and nursery, it would bring people from all over to this location. It wouldn't just be a neighborhood center.
Rodney?
Just follow up on that. So right now, what I'm understanding is that they're basically going to have, it's kind of more storage for their landscaping equipment and such. And eventually in the future, it could broaden that and be a store, nursery, something. But for the time being, it's storage essentially.
Yeah, I mean, they're running their business out of there they have materials that they use to go do their landscaping business. So yeah, there is storage of materials, maybe it's gravel or bark or dirt, whatever, potting soil, whatever it is. They have those things there to do their business, but I think the intent here is to open it up for retail services long-term.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman.
I suppose my question's for the applicant when he returns, so I'll wait till he's back up.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
Councilman Bills, on the screen is the right-of-way roadway section for that section from our corridor study with the Highway District that was adopted. It has a 105-foot width for that 5-lane facility. The Highway District acquired adequate right-of-way from this property to accommodate that.
Okay, great. Thanks, Daniel.
Great. Okay.
Mayor, one more follow-up for Rodney. I know the commission recommended the year timeframe for the sidewalk. Do you think that that is wise for us to do, or should we do it effective immediately?
Well, Mayor and Council, it's a tough question. It's out there a ways, and so I guess part of my concern with requiring the installation of sidewalk right now is that if ever we make any major changes to our master plans, then it might not match at the time that it actually annexes into the city. An example of that is when we went to the side paths, and I hope that that's a long-term solution, but that was certainly a change from what we had in the past. And so to me, there's just not a lot out there it's not going to connect to anything. So personally, it just feels like it's appropriate to do after annexation.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Rodney? I think we'll move to public testimony, and then we'll come back with further questions afterwards. So,
Madam Mayor, no one signed up stating they wanted to provide public testimony on this item.
is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify on this item? Okay, seeing no one. Carlos, would you like to come back forward and provide any closing comments and answer any further questions? Thank you so much.
I would be a little concerned about the sidewalk condition happening before annexation, just because I know the plan is to widen Robinson, and just for the statements from Rodney too, I think that might be kind of a waste of dollars. And I think there was another question for me.
Council, do you have any other questions?
Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilman Griffin and then Councilman Bills.
In your projection, how long do you think it'll be until you have retail or a nursery space set up in this facility if we were to approve this tonight?
My hope would be that I get through the county and within the next year to 2 years, have that up and functional after we're done building shops and offices for those sales.
In that community benefit, would you have cucumber plants or any kind of food that you'd provide, or would it be strictly for residential?
I think we would have fruit trees for certain, maybe even do Christmas tree sales. I know that with the fireworks stand, even though, we're not through this process yet, we were granted temporary permission through the county. There was quite a showing to the fireworks sales. We had events for kids and things. There was a lot of community involvement there for the direct area. I know that doesn't fit City of Nampa yet, but where we're at, it seemed to be a good fit. I would also state that we do provide a lot of services to the surrounding area. I've been in the area pretty much since my early 20s. I'm 44 now, so about 20 years. And we've provided services to that area for a long time.
So you lead me to one last question then. Would a condition limiting your fireworks sales, would that be a significant hindrance to your business practices currently on that land?
No, and I guess it would be important to try for that for me, but I don't personally sell. I just lease the space to them.
I am aware that you had other nonprofits that were there selling. I happened to stop there this year, and there was cookies and lemonade stand and other things that were there this year, too. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Councilman Bills.
So follow-up is, we had a submission given to us about solid waste, as far as the debris, concrete, tree stumps being stored and piled, along with the weeds getting, I guess, a little along the way. So I guess the key is we're going to have stipulations to a certain degree. You're not in the city, but you're going to need to somewhat act like you're in the city.
Of course, I think to answer that too, once we receive violation from the county, we kind of put a pause to all development. So as far as some of that is processing our materials that we pull off of job sites, we have to kind of transition, screen those materials, haul off said mixed materials all as one material to whatever landfill or recycling plant. So that's a process, but that would be behind fencing or buildings or things like that. So I think if we were able to continue what I had planned to do, much of the concerns would already be resolved.
Thank you. One last question, Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
And just based off of your letter, I just want to reiterate again, you have no opposition to fencing along that backside.
It would already be done if I knew what I was allowed to do already.
Thank you.
This is kind of an irrelevant question, but you have a beautiful barn sitting there. Are you going to continue to keep the barn and integrate it into your work?
I'm not certain yet. I've had an engineer look at it, and we're kind of evaluating whether it's going to be cost effective or not. It doesn't appear that it's going to be. And the county has stated that if we were to utilize it for anything, it would have to be brought up to code. And so I'm not certain if I'll be able to feasibly do that. I know all the neighbors have commented that they would like that to remain, and if we could incorporate it, I'd like to.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay. As long as we don't have any discussion that involves our applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this is council discussion and motion time.
Well, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the pre-annexation and pre-zoning. And I guess the only other thing would be the fence, and Carlos said he would already do that. So there's my motion.
Second.
As proposed on the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any additional questions or comment? Seeing none, roll call.
Angula.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
There you go. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I hope I have a new place to buy cucumbers from. Yeah. Rather than Edwards and Boise. Drive over your shop.
Okay, we're ready for, I believe this is our last public hearing of the evening, and thank you all for waiting. I'm sorry that it's a late night waiting for you guys. This is 8-4. It is an action item. It's annexation and zoning for approximately 68.5 acres to an RS4 single-family residential, approximately 9.38 acres into two-family residential, and approximately 3.9 acres into community business. Zoning districts with corresponding right-of-way, potential development agreement, subdivision preliminary plat approval for Breckenwood subdivision at 0 North Canada Road and 0-17500 11th Avenue North. This is for Becky. Becky, how do you say your last name? Thank you. Representing Stanley Welton and Todd Campbell Custom Homes. The original concept is 68 single-family attached townhouse dwelling units, 284 single-family detached dwelling units, and 4 commercial lots and 38 common lots. So is our applicant here this evening? It's Becky, thank you.
Becky Izagari, 4818 West Camas Street, Boise, Idaho. So good evening. I'm here to present applications for annexation, zoning, and preliminary plat for Breckenwood subdivision. The project site is located north of Landry Street between Canada Road and 11th Avenue. The project site is within 2 miles of several large number of employers that include Amazon, Pepsi Beverage Company, Walmart, CWI, car dealerships, the cheese factory, a semiconductor fab, and several other commercial businesses, making this the perfect location for a project with a mix of housing types and smaller commercial businesses. The future land use map designates the subject parcel and the broader area from Cherry Lane to Ustick and Canada to 11th as residential mixed use. And then the area just across from Canada is high-density residential. According to the comprehensive plan, residential mixed-use areas are intended to include medium-density neighborhoods with some commercial, emphasizing a variety of small lot housing types such as single-family detached, townhomes, duplexes, and live-work units. The proposed development fulfills this vision by offering multiple housing options while complementing and preserving the character of the existing neighborhood to the south. Here's the current zoning map for this area. The subject property is bordered by undeveloped land to the north and east and RS7 to the south. Canada Road is a principal arterial and Ustick is a minor arterial. As the area builds out towards Ustick and 11th, the comprehensive plan calls for more density and commercial uses. To support this transition, we're requesting RS4, RD, and BC zoning, which will provide a compatible step up from the lower density neighborhood to the south while preserving the residential character. Breckenwood subdivision has been designed as a mixed-use development on 80.78 acres. The project will consist of 4 commercial lots, 352 residential lots, and 5 different housing types made up of 68 twin homes, 87 40-foot wide lots, 33 45-foot wide lots, 145 50-foot wide lots, and 19 60-foot wide lots. All 352 residential homes will have a 2-car garage and driveway. We'll be providing 24 additional on-street parking spaces that will be located near the twin homes. In addition, all sidewalks in the subdivisions will be detached and tree-lined, keeping up with the look and feel of the existing development to the south. For the commercial, we're proposing 4 commercial lots that will front Canada. This will be developed in 7 phases. Each will take about 1.5 years or so to complete. So the next couple of slides will detail the commercial and the 5 different housing types. So starting at Canada, we're proposing 4 commercial lots consisting of 3.9 acres with a proposed zoning designation of BC. These 4 lots will have 1 ingress-egress on Canada and then the secondary off Landry. So moving west into the residential, we're proposing 68 twin single-family homes with a minimum lot size of 3,346 square feet and an average of 3,382 square feet. Each unit will be individually platted and sold. They will be front-loaded with 2-car garage and driveway. These hybrid homes combine the benefits of single-family homes with the accessible pricing of a townhome. So moving west, we're proposing 284 single-family homes with 4 lot sizes ranging from 40 to 60 foot wide. The yellow lots represent 40-foot wide lots. The pinkish beige indicates 54-foot wide lots, and the light beige shows 50-foot wide lots, and the brown denotes 60-foot wide lots. The average lot size is 5,715, with the max being 8,000 square feet. Each lot will be front-loaded and include a garage and driveway. So as you can see, these homes fit in nicely with the subdivision to the south. From the street, the twin homes read as traditional residential homes, and the traditional single-family homes match those of the homes existing to the south, preserving the look and feel of the existing neighborhood. So Breckenwood subdivision provides 9.3 acres of open space, representing 15.7% of the total project area. Centrally located amenities include a picnic area, 2 playgrounds, all linked by meandering pathways that enhance the walkability throughout the neighborhood. All sidewalks will be detached and tree-lined. The landscaping will incorporate shade trees, ornamentals, and low-water plantings. So as for the roadways, this development plans to construct 21 new local roads. All local streets will include a 4-foot wide sidewalk, a 6-foot parkway strip, and curb and gutter. Fort Hall Ave will have a 25-foot landscape buffer, a 10-foot pathway, and an 8-foot parkway strip. Canada will have a 25-foot landscape buffer, a 10-foot pathway, and an 8-foot parkway strip. And Landry will have a 25-foot landscape buffer, a 10-foot pathway, and an 8-foot parkway strip. So for the utilities, a major benefit of this development is the removal of an existing sewer lift station, which is currently serving the Canyon Creek subdivision. We'll be providing them with a new gravity sewer line. We'll bring sewer from 11th down Landry. Water will come from an existing stub in Canada, and we'll bring a tie, and we'll tie into the city's existing PI system in Canada. All stormwater water will be retained on site. And that's all I have. I can stand for some questions.
Questions, Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Bills.
So on East Landry is on the half section. So there's been submission of comments that it was represented that Landry was going to tie to 11th Avenue North, and then that's been changed. What's being proposed?
Yeah, so we're not bringing Landry all the way through. So we're bringing sewer through Landry, and I believe water is going through there as well. But we are working with the fire department, and we'll work with the city to see if we can make a secondary fire access, but we will not be, we don't have enough roadway there to provide an actual, half section.
So do we have a regional diagram that shows the traffic? If possible, it'd be helpful, because that seems to be a major issue, that you've got Landry's a half street, it appears. Is that correct, or is it a full section?
So let me just go back to that roadways question. So here you can see, so to where the west side of the development ends, we're just going to build out that half section, or we're going to be improving that, I guess, building our half.
On Landry?
It will be, yeah, sorry, it will be a full section when we're done. We're just building the other half. Does that make sense? And then once it kind of goes a little more west, that's kind of where we don't have enough.
So you don't have the acquired right-of-way to
We
go
don't.
to 11th
We don't
Avenue?
own that. Yep, exactly.
But at the same time, it could be built from a fire lane point of view.
Yeah, and that's what we would work with the city. Daniel, and maybe you can answer that question for me.
Yes.
But in terms of circulation, all the traffic's is gonna exit onto Canada, is that right?
Correct. So Mayor, Councilman Bills, the subject property has a 25-foot wide strip of land that extends all the way to 11th Avenue, but that is not wide enough to provide a roadway access beyond likely a emergency access out, and they would be building a access road through there for the sewer access for maintenance there, and so yes, we would work with them on the potential for an ingress egress for emergency services, but it is not wide enough in its current configuration to put 2 lanes of traffic through there with only 25 foot of width.
So from a city requirement, at least experience in the past, when you had 260 homes going in, there'd usually be at least 2, if not 3, full-size street accesses to multiple
And
streets.
Mayor, Councilman Bills, we have identified stub street locations, ingress, egress, and emergency access within the development. And the engineers have proposed that meets the codes for the fire department for the 30 units and having secondary access. There is, so from a code perspective, they have met all the requirements. Their traffic study, when they did their evaluation for the traffic study, did not look at Landry being connected when they did their evaluations of the intersections and identified their required improvements for that. And so based on those, the improvements necessary to mitigate their traffic coming out onto Landry have been identified and are in the conditions of approval.
Okay, I appreciate that. It just seems like it's, there's just going to be a lot of traffic going in one direction to one spot, which has been contrary to other developments in the past. The other question I have is that it appears from your submitted drawings that your greenscape areas, which in one map, it says open space and it's blue, so based on the lines, is that your storm drain systems?
Thank you.
I apologize, I stole the screen.
I apologize. Which,
So on your individual sheets, it would indicate there is storm drainage pipe being put in around the perimeter of all these green spots. Is that correct? Am I reading those drawings correct?
Mayor, council member, this is not depicting any sort of storm on this. No, this is just a rendering here.
Okay, well,
We will have storm throughout the site, though, not depicted. It is in our preliminary plat where storm will be, just not depicted on the landscape rendering here.
I just got to get to the drawing then. I think for council's sake, it's 1165 of our packet. Eleven 1165, because it's broken up because of the width. It looks to me like there's a common area there, and I can't tell. It says SD, so I'm taking that to mean storm drain, and there's storm drain piping in the perimeter. It appears you have sand and grease tanks at locations and piping going to a perimeter storm drain system. I'm trying to verify if that's correct.
Yes, that's what I believe. Yes, I don't have the plat in front of me, but
So there's one part of your project that the storm drain takes up basically the whole green space. And it would appear that you're calculating the same green space into your 15%.
Mayor, council member, Bills, there is a provision in code, and maybe I'll let staff take this over, that does let us use stormwater in our open space calcs.
Mayor, Councilman Bills, that is correct. There are provisions in code that dictate design standards and that for when a storm drainage area can be used as qualified open space. And so in our review of the specific construction drawings and that, When we look at those storm drainage areas, that's where we verify that if they are within the qualified open space areas that they've identified, that they do meet those criteria. There's obviously not specific construction drawings for them at this point. And so we look at them in a general standpoint now, but then at the time of final plating and the construction drawings, that's where we are verifying compliance with code, that the areas that they have identified for open space meet those qualifications to be utilized as storm drainage and qualified open space.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. I understand that's the code and the assistance there. But if you look at block 6, the whole thing is storm drain. And so where's your landscaping trees capability? So you're on block 11 or 10 there.
What phase is that in?
Phase 3.
Okay.
So it appears all the greenscape is taken with storm drainage, and you wouldn't be planting anything in that area. And I guess what I'm looking at is we're barely meeting the 15% requirement, and we're making use of most of the greenscape for storm drainage, which is going to require pipe systems. And those pipe systems are fairly close to housing, so I'm not seeing the room for planting. So I'm just seeing some possible conflicts, and I understand some of it, quote, meets code and there's duplication of space, but it's an item for me that I wanted to find out about.
So in areas where they are proposing subsurface disposal, we would not allow trees or that type of thing. In areas that stormwater basins, like they are showing here, we would not restrict the planting of trees within those areas unless there were subsurface elements to the design.
Right, but so the landscape side requires for a certain amount of trees and that side of it, but if the bulk of the green space is with piped and gravel beds, pretty tough to plant the trees and meet that requirement. That's what I'm just trying to look at.
And gravelled beds would not necessarily meet the criteria to be multi-use and allowed as qualified open space. So these would be, in order to meet those, they would be vegetative, grass, bottoms, that type of stuff, and which would allow for trees within them unless in certain small pockets that they, have some subsurface under there, and then they could shift trees around to meet the qualifications.
Does that mean that then it's a,
Yes.
okay, so then how do you have playgrounds in there?
We don't.
You
So-
can't. So I noticed that there's playgrounds mentioned in here, so
So if you, sorry.
please.
Yeah, let me just hop in here, Mayor, council members. So we do have an approved landscape, or a staff-approved landscape plan. If somebody could bring that up here and we can kind of go over that.
While that's getting pulled up, if I could, Daniel, what's the code section that talks about the allowance of storm water retention being part of the green space?
It is within the engineering process and policy manual in section, so here's the landscape plan. Is this the landscape plan you're looking for?
Thank you, yes. So, Mayor, council members, so you can kind of see here, so on that west side where the big kind of square is there in that middle there, that U-shaped, we have a playground there with some benches, and there will be a pathway that'll run all around the perimeter of that. And then kind of on the east side of the canal, we have another playground right there with some benches and pathways and whatnot that'll run meandering through that area.
So you'll have a bridge over the canal?
We are not going to build a pedestrian bridge, so they're going to have to, walk onto Landry. There's going to be a 10-foot wide sidewalk on Landry. So they'll have to walk around Lingerie, and then we'll have a pathway, sidewalks and pathways on the other side.
So for the people that are living on the east side, what percentage of open green space do you have for the east side of 10 Mile Creek?
I don't know that off the top of my head what the percentage is, but I mean, you can kind of
Not
see.
adequate. It doesn't meet code if you just isolate. 10 Mile Creek is separated. It's like two projects. And the other
So-
part, Mayor, it was on my list is, so I'm looking at just the east side section of your plat. And specifically looking at your 36 wide lots back up to the business commercial. So you have, it's either lot 2C or 32, or anyways, maybe it's 12C next to lot 11. My concern is you've got some, what appears to be common area parking for those townhomes.
Yes.
And whether lot 11 should be also another parking area in order to meet the requirements for the number of townhomes. So,
Mayor, Councilmember Bills, yes, so these are all, these will, they're not going to be townhomes, they're going to be single-family attached. So they're going to have a two-car garage, so it would just be like a single-family home.
well, from a real estate point of view, that's called townhomes. Because it's, they're adjoined, so you have a separate legal description, yes, based on your lot numbers. Some do it by AB.
These will be individually platted and sold, and then we'll have a two-car garage and driveway.
I
So it'll-
understand, but
yeah.
if I'm understanding from the write-up that the construction is attached walls, firewall in between.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so what I'm seeing is whether there's enough parking for your lots 13 through 18, and whether that should be additional parking for guests. So it's an issue that's been on other plats, much smaller than this, was adequate parking for adjoined properties. And so consistency, I think that's an issue that needs to possibly be looked at. One of those things.
So since this is their presentation time, and we have not gotten to staff, correct? So
Okay,
we'll keep
I'll
it to
back away.
questions. Thank you, because, thank you, I know. So are there any other questions for the applicant?
Mayor, really quick, where did you say that those tot lots were?
Yeah. So that square, I think I'll bring it up.
It's the square that says 19C,
That's right.
that be correct?
Yeah.
It's green.
Yep. So, yep, exactly where he's pointing, and then on the east side there, just across from the canal.
Where's the
So I'm-
canal, across canal? Why am I not seeing it?
So that is the tot lot where where he's pointing right now is a tot lot?
That's correct. Yes.
So you have one in phase 2, and then phase 4 and 5.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, yes.
Just to reconfirm, looking at the Phase 4 and 5 tot lot on the west side, there's two sections that were diagrammed in our graphic of saying a stormwater retention. Is it the full lot, or is it in between that tot lot? And if it's the full lot, are we putting a playground within the stormwater drainage area?
That's what it looked like to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was raising the question with all the perimeter
And I was tracking, I just want to hear into the microphone that they're going to put a tot lot and a stormwater basin.
So,
that-
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, that does appear that it is at least adjacent to it without final design plans. I couldn't tell you 100% sure that it is within that, whether that's elevated and then the stormwater pond drainage area is around that, meeting the qualified open space items which are found in Title 10, 27.6, and within our drainage policy.
So, sorry to leave you again at the podium and going to staff. Would a tot lot be allowed in the bottom of a stormwater basin?
You're going to have to let me look at code for a little bit, and I will answer after public testimony.
And I think there's going to need to be some changes made to this code section later on. I don't know, Mayor, if you want to make that lift, or we should wait till after the new year, but I don't think this should be included as green space, in my mind, as I see it right now.
Thank you. Okay. So I think we're going to move out of your presentation. Thank you so much. We're going to move to staff report, and then we'll move to public hearings, and then we'll have comments.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Damian Snodgrass, Associate Planner. So I'm going to try to get through the bulk of this so we can get back into the questions and get those comments, concerns. But the quick analysis from staff is the applicant request is annexation and zoning and a preliminary plat for RS4, RD, and some BC zoning for 68 single-family attached townhouse-style dwelling units, 284 single-family detached dwelling units, 4 commercial lots, and 38 common lots. So property details, currently it's within the county to the north and to the west and to the east. There are county parcels that are undeveloped. And to the south, we have that RS7 single-family residential, Canyon Creek. And with that, we have some utilities within the area, 10-inch gravity sewer main in Landry, 12-inch water mains within Landry and Canada, and 12-inch irrigation mains in both Landry and Canada. History of the property, in 2024, there was a pre-application meeting held for a PUD on this property. With this application, there is no PUD. So currently it is within the residential mixed use, which within this designation, RS4 and RD and BC fall under that compatibly. Within residential mixed use, you need between 5 and 50% commercial space, and this application does contain that. Here are the applicable regulations for annexation and zoning. We'll cover these in the findings. Some more of the applicable regulations. We have the general codes for subdivisions, the RD two-family residential, the BC community business, and the RS4 single-family residential, and the dwellings of single-family and single-family attached are allowable uses within those residential zones. For correspondence, we have a variety of comments from engineering regarding access, regarding sewer, water, everything of that nature. These are in your staff reports, and I will refer to Daniel on any questions regarding any of those matters. All right, correspondence from other agencies. We received some general access and water supply comments from the fire district. These are attached in the staff report. Nampa GIS had some conditions regarding changing the street names and addressing to meet their addressing plan for the future. Valley View School District, they provided concerns over the capacity of schools and the influx of students in the valley, and then showed some of the developments that are going on within their area and within the school district and how it concerns them. Nampa Police Department, they're asking for a commitment of funds and officers, which is the commitment of 1.4 additional officers and 0.73 additional support staff. Nampa Parks and Rec is requesting that the developer grant a permanent easement along the top bank of 20 feet along the 10-mile creek so that it can be dedicated to the city of Nampa as part of the city of Nampa's pedestrian bicycle master plan. And then we did receive a public comment, and this was commented just following the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and it was in summary regarding access, traffic concerns, and issues with the development. It is a pretty long one, and it is attached in the staff report. All right, now into the meat and potatoes. Here's the proposed zoning. We got the RS4 all to the west. We have the RD buffering from the BC commercial zone. For staff analysis, we have the 4 commercial lots, which is 2.82 acres, the 38 common lots, 15.16 acres, 68 townhome lots, which is 41.76 acres, and some of the internal public roads. And the total open space coming out to 15.7%, which is qualified, which is above the necessity for code. And all of the zones fall under that comprehensive plan designation of residential mixed use. So as far as this goes, it meets that. And for the parking at commercial uses, these will be determined at the time of the commercial building permits. Parking at the time for the residential will come in at the RES permits, since none of these will be commercial permits since there are only 2 attached units. So staff analysis for the RD zone. Currently within that, the proposed lot sizes before the townhouse split are between 6,706 square feet to 6,899 square feet. And these lots all fall within compatibility for the RD zoning, and all the lot widths and depths meet code. Staff analysis for the RS zone, for that RS4, all of the lots meet the correct size, lot width, depth for that RS4 zoning. And the open space meets that 15% that is necessary by city code. All right, so the findings, we'll start off with the findings for annexation, that all private landowners have consented to the annexation. Staff's found this to be met. That property shall be contiguous to city limits or be enclaved by other properties so annexed. Staff's found this to be met. It's contiguous to the south. That the Nampa Comprehensive Plan includes this area of annexation. Staff has found this to be met under that RMU designation. And when applicable, annexation of all roadways, all portions of highways lying partially or wholly annexed as a contiguous parcel unless by express agreement. The proposed annexation complies with the established memorandum of understanding currently in place with the city of Nampa. All right, the applicable criteria for zoning. So the proposed map amendment is or would be in harmony with the city's currently adopted comprehensive plan and comprehensive plan land use map. The proposed map amendments is or would provide for a proposed use or set of uses that would be at least reasonably compatible with existing and adjoining property uses, and that the proposed map amendments is in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary. Below listed is the reasonable facts. If we would like to pull any of them out, I can surely talk over them, and they are all listed in your staff report. In total, staff found that these findings were to be met. Here are the recommended conditions of approval. That the applicant owner shall dedicate right-of-way as part of the annexation, that frontage improvements shall be done. The developer is responsible for providing gravity sewer to the Canyon Creek subdivision and removing and abandoning the Canyon Creek lift station. The developer is responsible for coordinating project sewer improvement timeline and construction needs of the future per dam trunk line in Ustick. Any on-site wells and septic systems should be abandoned. That the property shall be annexed into the Nampa Municipal Irrigation District. That the developer shall submit a traffic impact study prepared with the City of Nampa Traffic Impact Study Policy. And Daniel can speak on that because they did submit some of those. That the developer shall comply with all city codes, policies, and standards. That the developer must adhere to any changes regarding GIS street names and addressing. And that the dedication of the 20-foot easement along the west side of 10 Mile Creek and dedicate any city of per the Nampa pedestrian bicycle master plan. Here are your potential motions. I'll stand for any questions.
Questions, Mayor?
Yes.
So on the pedestrian bicycle path that's being required, are they physically putting in the improvements with the development improvements?
Yes, they would be required to construct that with the phase of the subdivision when that goes in.
Okay, and then on the BC zone lots, are those having direct curb cuts off of Canada?
As we've reviewed that, they will have the one connection, one driveway, and then cross-access across, and then a driveway on Landry.
So one per each lot?
No, one for the 4.
Okay, so collectively it is required to develop as a center even though there may be individual ownerships.
There would be required to have cross-access across those 4 lots to facilitate traffic through to each lot, yes.
So it's not a sell one lot and that lot develops out and does its thing, per se. Could, as long as it had adjoining?
It could, as long as the access is provided through there.
I'm just trying to see, not a whole bunch of commercial accesses on Canada, Canada.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I have a quick question. I'm looking on page 166, and is 10 Mile Creek included in the open space? It's green, like the open space is. Is it factored in?
It is not. It's in the actual open space exhibit. It does not have that as part of the open space.
For sure.
Yes.
Okay. Council, what other questions do you have?
Mayor,
Yes.
Damien, is what's being proposed the same standards that meet for a master plan community?
So a master plan community is usually brought forward when you're asking for a reduction to the bulk standards, lot size, density, things of that nature. There are some additional things, which is meeting those 2 different like park amenities and things like that. This does meet some of those things, but since they're not asking for a reduction of any of the bulk standards, a master plan community or a PUD wouldn't exactly be necessary. The original application came in for a PUD, but since they weren't asking for any of those bulk reductions, staff advised against it because there was no necessity to facilitate that. It meets the codes in every other way.
So if it were, let's hypothetically say it was being proposed as a master plan community, what differences would we see?
So in my experience of doing master plan communities, we've only had 5 or 6 of them in the city. They're usually asking for that reduction of a bulk standard of at least something, whether that be a lot size or an open space or a setback. Those are things that come with the MPC that make it that way. They're usually a lot larger applications. This one could be an NPC or a PUD, but they're not asking for any of those reductions that just make it necessary to do so.
Yeah, I mean, it's with 68 acres. Yeah, thanks.
Are there any other questions at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and go into public hearing, then we'll come back with any final questions. So,
Madam Mayor, we have one person that requested to have public testimony, and that is Victor Doty.
thank you for waiting all evening.
Sure, it's been great.
Thank you.
My name is Victor Dowdy, 6182 East Mayfield Drive, and I speak in opposition to this proposed development and annexation. I believe it has a fatal flaw. There's only one way in and one way out at the corner of Landry Street and Canada Road. One point of ingress, one point of egress. Congestion and safety are major concerns at that intersection, impacting the quality of life for current residents. Why shoehorn this development onto land that has limited accessibility? What's the hurry? What's the rush? Why not wait until the developer has control of enough right-of-way to ensure safe and uncongested access? The city has no obligation to move forward with this annexation. Annexation is not guaranteed to any potential developer. If the city is going to wipe out several more parcels of precious farmland, the least we can expect is a proposed use that complements the existing neighborhood without compromising our safety and quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else, was that the only sign up? Is there anyone else here this evening that had wanted to testify? Yes. Thank you for sharing name and address.
Mark Mitchell, 12355 Landau Way, Nampa, Idaho. Looking at this diagram and stuff, I do have a few questions. As far as the street width, are we talking on Landry, is that just 2-lane? No center turn lane? And then Canada is 2-lane, correct? No center turn lane at this point in time. Is there going to be an expansion of that? Or is there any, I mean, is the setback off Landry only 20 feet? Is that what I heard?
I think, thank you. So Daniel, if you'll write all these questions down, I'm going to ask you to answer
Okay.
these questions when we get done.
Those are huge concerns. And I applaud them on their design, because the townhouses are pretty cool, and I understand we do need that kind of thing out there, maybe, but to the south, I do not see that kind of condensity of homes. What is that subdivision to the south in R4?
Seven.
Seven?
7.
And this is an R8, up to an R8?
This is a 4. This is small.
This is smaller?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know. That's a lot of traffic on 2 lanes. And I agree with the gentleman that just spoke, the ingress and egress. That is huge. It's just going to be a cluster muck, another traffic cluster muck in Nampa. That's exactly what this is going to be. So, great idea. I applaud your efforts. I applaud the design. But no, our infrastructure is not built to handle that subdivision at this point in time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended? Yes, go ahead and come forward and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Name is Kevin Knoll, 17354 North Fort Laramie Way in Napa. I live in Fairhaven, the development just south. The last name is spelled N-O-E-L, by the way. Think of Christmas and you got the spelling right. I agree with the last 2 comments. The infrastructure for off of Landry and off of Canada is not there. It needs to have turn lanes to go into that, because I've been in Fairhaven for 4 years. I know what it's like going out of that, off of Canada, if you're turning right, off of Canada going south, you're fine. You're turning left a little bit that way, and if you're coming on Canada going north and trying to turn into Fairhaven, you don't have a turn lane to turn into Fairhaven, and it can back up drastically. And so I got to agree with the last 2 comments. Those roads are going to have to be developed bigger in the turn lanes to have that. And the last comment is on the commercial properties. Some people I've talked to in the development are in disagreement with those commercial properties. I don't think that's proper to have commercial properties that far into a residential area. That it's just not conducive, and if you're going to be turning off of Canada, that's another egress problem, another backup problem. Another thing I'm concerned about, you're zoning for smaller congestion in the houses. We have a pool in Fairhaven. We already have problems with people trying to get into that pool. It shouldn't be in there. This is just going to compound that problem. And if you're not punching through to 11th, just egress problem again. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify tonight that didn't get signed up? Okay, seeing no one, this is an opportunity for our applicant to come back and provide some closing comments.
My name is Dean Waite. Address is 2154 East Timber Trail, Kuna, Idaho. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I'll try to address some of the questions that came up. For parking, specific to those townhouse lots, there is a two-car garage on each of those lots and a 20-foot driveway. So there are 4 spots for each individual lot. We do meet city code with each of those lots. The amenities there was some question about whether they are in a storm drain basin or not. It is not our intention to build a tot lot in a storm drain basin. Obviously, without full design of the storm drain and knowing groundwater in the full actual design, I can't tell you for sure that spot's not going to be storm drain and we're going to put a tot lot there. Once that design happens, we will finalize that and make sure that it's done per city code. And it is not our intention to put those in the bottom of a basin, for sure. There was some question about Landry. Landry is a full collector. It will be built out as a full collector when we are done. It is right now a half plus collector built out to serve the subdivision to our south. We will complete that as a full collector. There will be 4 access points onto that full collector road from our subdivision. And again, yeah, we're meeting the requirements for that. Also, there was some question about the access at Landry where it comes onto Ustick. When we were in our planning and zoning meeting, they did ask that a condition be added that we do a northbound left turn lane onto Ustick. That was, or not, onto Canada, sorry. And I didn't see that as part of the conditions, but we are open to doing that. We want to do that northbound left turn lane onto Canada from Landry. We do agree that that would help and are open to that condition. Also wanted to mention that, yeah, currently the Ustick corridor is under construction. I'm sure many of you are aware of the work that's being done there. It will be widened out to a 5-lane road, and we hope to move our traffic mostly toward that. And with the new connector coming in there, I think it's going to really help traffic in that area. And that's why we think the northbound left turn lane is important to this development and will be helpful. And I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, do you have questions for the applicant?
Mayor?
Yes?
If they could just speak to the connection between the two, the comment was made, it feels like it's 2 separate projects. And in consideration of the open space as well as just the connectivity of a community, why wasn't there, or was it investigated to have a connection either by footbridge or otherwise to connect those 2 communities with each other?
We felt, I guess, in our mind, they were connected based on the 10-foot pathway and the roadway that goes through there. It was not a part of discussion that came up in our meetings with the staff. And so I guess that's my answer to the question. Didn't come up, and it's a pretty big drain, so it would be a significant build out to provide a footpath over that. I don't know that we're completely opposed to it. It just did not come in. It was not part of our initial design.
And is there any plans or vision for utilizing that drainage ditch as pathways or obviously, I don't know how long the distance is from one end to the other, and it might just be a quick path, but even for some of those neighbors or the neighborhood, rather than going out that way, going along the green belt, along the canal. And
there is one of the conditions was that we provide I don't know if it's in the right of way of the ditch, but that we do a 10-foot pathway along that.
Okay.
Yeah.
On both ends?
I think it's just on the west end, is that correct? I think it's just on the west end.
Alrighty, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman, and then.
Thanks, Mayor. As far as the green space goes, I personally am not a huge fan of tot lots. I think they're very underutilized. When you're cramming this many people in one space, I would much rather have something that is community-centric, where people can collaborate and hang out and do something. So we like pickleball courts, we like basketball courts, things of that nature, or pavilions where people can actually congregate. And then the footpath over the drain, I would like to see that. I just feel like it's too separated. So that was just some feedback I was thinking.
Councilman Bills?
Yes, so have you done a soils report yet on the property?
I'm sure, yes.
And do you know where your water table is depth-wise?
Yes, it's obviously we're doing our monthly investigation of that, but yeah, water tables have been recognized and found, and that's where the initial preliminary design of the storm drain is showing on there. We don't fully design it at this point, but.
No, I understand that. I'm just based on a couple of the comments, it seemed like a question mark whether you'd actually done that yet. So.
No, it has been done. I think the question is interpreting what we're looking at on the map. I believe on the common space east of the ditch, is that where you were thinking that the tot lot or the amenity was down in the storm drain?
No, I didn't think of depressed storm drainage. I see, it appears to me your drawing indicates a lot of pipe, but that's an interpretation on my part. It's not delineated why all those double lines are shown, other than it looks like sand and grease tanks and pipe in there, which means storm beds.
Yeah, and if you look at the layout of the common space that I'm speaking of, the one on the east side of the ditch, I think the amenity is tucked into the corner so that the storm basin can go around it. If, that's what I understand the intention is there. And obviously, or not obviously, but our intention is not to build it in or on the storm drain for sure. And so, yeah. And we're open to, I mean, I don't know that the city suggests what you do for amenities all the time, but if there's something that you want that we're not proposing, we're open to that suggestion as well.
If I could just,
We give suggestions.
well, I tell you, I've seen tot lots built right next to storm drains. It's awful. Because if a parent is sitting there trying to even be with their child or somebody in a wheelchair, they could roll off that storm drain. It's really not a good design. 'Cause
If it's
I
a
could-
depressed basin.
If it is, and I would recommend with the, I mean, and this is council's decision, but I'm looking at, like, I see townhomes put right next to an RS7 subdivision. Townhomes, right, you've got a road there, Landry, but you've got townhomes and then you've got RS7. And then the open green space is the bare minimum, and it's also your storm drains. So they should be drained storm bed. I mean, they should be flat with things on them. Because it's really, you've done a very minimal in meeting code. The same way with parking. If you've watched any of our planning and zoning hearings, you would see that there's a very strong recommendation that when you have that many townhome units, that there's parking provided. So I think I saw, how many parking spots were there? Was there 24 for how many units? 68? Yeah.
Above the 4 per lot.
Well, I know, but I have to say, I live in a townhome.
Okay.
I have those 4 per lot. In addition to that, we have half that amount of units, and we have at least that or more parking. So you've really hit the bare minimum. And so coming in, I will just say candidly, I really support you guys wanting to sell your property and what you want to do. At the same time, one of the things we're looking for in the city of Nampa is not meeting the bare minimums, but doing something that's awesome. And I'm going to be really, really candid. I feel like you've just met the bare minimums. You've got the highest density, the bare minimums on parking, the bare minimums on open green space. Instead of saying, we're going to build something awesome and figuring out how to do that, it's almost like you've come in at the bare minimums. And I'm just being really, really candid. But I just so you know, what I'm sitting here thinking, and I may not vote at all.
Understood, Mayor. And from our perspective, we're right in the middle of the proposed density by the comp plan. We're not pushing the envelope there. We met with staff and we wanted to present something we thought is an awesome project. And 2 different perspectives, but yeah.
Maybe it's because we look at a lot of projects. Sitting here, we get to see quite a few that come forward, but thank you. Any other questions from comments? Okay, if there are no questions for our applicant and we don't need to have any discussion, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? I did just close, okay, I'm going to pause a second. I didn't let you have the last say. And I just made a mistake there. I need to reopen public hearing real quickly. Do you felt like I want to make sure that I didn't cut them off too, Doug?
Mayor, but before you open it back up, maybe just ask if there was something else to add.
Was there something else to add?
We just want to let you know that we're open
So,
to
Mayor,
conditions.
If there is something else to add, then let's reopen the.
Okay,
sorry.
I'd stand for a motion to reopen public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Go for it.
We are open, if you have some specific conditions that you'd like us to consider, we're definitely open to that and would consider that and be willing to listen to those and most likely agree to them.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Okay. And with that, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, council, for bearing with me there. Okay, what is the will of council?
Mayor?
Yes.
I'll be the first to state, and when I had saw Todd Campbell's name come across our agenda, I was very excited. We have a couple of your townhomes in Cascade, and they're exceptional products, so I just wanted to be sure to state that the quality of the build is very good that you do. And so I want to emphasize that first, before I jump into anything else. I think the green space has met the standard, but it is minimal. I think the density, I get nervous with RS6, let alone RS4. And with the college being there, you can make the argument, but what is surrounding it is RS7, RS7, RS8.5. So we might need to consider what that looks like on the east side of Idaho Center Boulevard or Canada, and say, is that really where we want high density? Because it is giving misdirection, I believe, to some of the developers. I don't like that the storm drain is factored into the landscaping, and I think that needs to be a code change that we need to look at after this point. But I'm not weighing that against you here and now, because that's what code says. So I'm trying to be thoughtful in how to move forward. I think ultimately the density is the concern for me. Not the product, not the quality. The schools are a factor for me. The density is a factor for me. The connectivity is a factor to me. You would have, I'm sure, be amenable to those conditions. And whether it's a reapplication or we continue and ask for changes to be made density-wise, I don't know that we're going to be able to get to that jump. It might have to be a full-bore reapplication. But connect those communities, I think that's something that's important, at least from this seat. So those are my thoughts for now.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just some encouragement, because I will echo what Councilman Griffin said. Your products are great, and this is exactly the type of thing that we are wanting in Nampa. We hear a lot from the public, and they're very loud sometimes when they say they don't want so much of one product, and this is the diversity that we're wanting to see. So I appreciate you guys coming and bringing this. So we're on the right track. I think we just need to rework some things, but I think this could be a really great project. I live right in this area, and I'm the only councilman that lives on the north side, so I probably drive this area more than everyone, and I can definitely speak to Victor and Kevin's concerns on the road there on Canada and how that gets congested. So I do really like the BC on the end there. I think that that's a good fit. I'm a little bit worried about the RD that does butt up to the south, just because of the homes that you have just south of there, like Mayor was speaking to. And then also, I want to see connectivity of the bridge or something to connect those two, I don't want to say parcels, but it almost feels that way, just the two separate almost subdivisions. Bring it together, create some continuity there. And then, again, I don't love tot lots. I really just like people to be able to enjoy the area where they live, so they don't feel like they have to leave to go to the park or leave to go do something, but they can do that within their community. I like to see that more. So the walking paths are always good, the higher green space, the actual amenities, and that the subdivision just south has a pool, as was mentioned. I don't think that that's necessarily a good fit. Not everyone wants an HOA that has a pool, but just something to where they can, do some activities within, I think is very valuable. So thank you for bringing it forward. I think we're on a good track. That would be my feedback.
My feedback would be is that council would table this and allow the applicant to come back with possibly some modifications based on comments and questions this evening would be one option. The other would be, for a motion. But I think there's partly a denial being considered, and whether it's better to table and give some opportunity for some rework.
Doug, I was just going to defer to legal on this and the action that might be a recommended action from a legal standpoint.
Mayor and council, it sounds like to me the changes that you're proposing that would garner a positive vote are something that would ultimately require you to remand this back to P&Z anyway. So I think that continuing it for 2 weeks or a month is actually probably going to cause delay. Anyway, I think you can do either. yeah, like I said, the changes you're talking about are probably pretty significant. And at that point, you're gonna be back at this meeting, and then the question is, can we go forward? And the answer is no, you gotta go back to P and Z, so they gotta go back to P and Z and then come back here and have it reheard again. Probably kind of in the same boat either way.
Mayor, just for clarification then, I've never heard of this remand to P and Z consideration. Is that just a denial and they're gonna have to resubmit a full-out loan application? Or can we say, take your project back to P and Z, change? And this is the perspective I go to. I think it would be, in my mind, what I need for an approval would need to be significant changes on density. And I don't think that's feasible without a denial. Can we remand back and say, make some density changes and then bring it back forward to us and still have it go through this application process?
You can. I'd recommend that if you do that, just to be conservative, that you require at least the notifications to go out again. If you don't require a completely new application, just because it's basically starting over, you want to make sure you're preserving due process on that front. But that is an option. The requirement, it's an option because there's a requirement that if there's a material change after P and Z, it goes back to P. So I think likewise, you also have the authority to remand.
Just speaking for myself, I absolutely do not want to send them back through the application process. I don't want them to have to pay those fees and go through that all over again and meet with, not that it's not a great visit with Rodney, but have to meet with staff all over and go through the checklist. So, but my concerns would be pretty significant on density. So if the remanding is an option, I'd even make a motion for that if that's the desire, but there's more comments to be had.
Any further discussion from council?
Mayor Kling, I
Yes.
think there's too many modifications for us to make up here. So I would remand it back to planning and zoning. Otherwise, I'll deny it.
Mayor?
Yes.
May I jump in here real quick? I agree with Doug. I feel like it's significant enough changes that if you're asking for such significant changes, it feels to me like it should go back through the process. And I know that's more cost and time, but if we were to remand it, we're putting a lot of staff effort into that process too. And so I would prefer, as my recommendation, that it just, if you're going to send it back to planning and zoning, that we start over on the process with the recommendations that you've made already.
How much of a delay would that cause the applicant?
So, Mayor, okay to answer that?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So it's actually not a delay because we already have to go back to the P and Z Commission. So if we're remanding it back to the P and Z Commission, I'm scheduling that to go to them on their earliest available date. I'm doing the same thing when we go back through the application process. So it's just depending on when we can get it scheduled and when they submit their application.
So I think out of courtesy, first of all, thank you, and I love hearing the comments because it's very complimentary of the work that you do. And we greatly appreciate it, and I know that it's very difficult and costly. That said, if you really watch our hearings, it's pretty evident the direction we're going. This North Nampa area is important to the community of Nampa. So I'm just going to be really, really candid because when you come back, you want to get approved, right? You do not want to go through and spend your time doing something that's not going to get approved. We really are looking for phenomenal subdivisions in North Nampa. We are not looking for kind of cookie cutter stuff. And I think I'm hearing it from several that we didn't come in with the best option for this area. So with that, I think that you met the minimums, but I think just what I'm hearing from Councilman Griffin, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I think I heard you say is storm drains and open green space, while they may qualify, because this is an annexation and a development agreement, I think what I'm hearing is we need great open green space. That's what we're looking for, is really great recreation. I will say there isn't much open green space in your highest density area, and that's coming later. So basically, the people coming in that phase, there's not much there, and there's quite a distance to get to any green space. The other thing is parking. My goodness, instead of under parking, make sure there's enough parking for people that are in those townhomes, because they're going to be parking somewhere. I mean, it gets tough. You need more parking than that. And then I think there were just other comments about the separation between the two. From a council perspective, if there's any other remarks, we need to let them know, because what we want you to do is to come back and get approved. We don't want you to go to the work and then have something new mentioned. That's why I'm being really candid. Are there any other comments that they need to hear from council so that when they do come back, we don't come up with something new?
Aaron?
Yes.
I'll jump at that opportunity. I frankly would like to see closer to RS6. If not even RF7, but I could stomach the idea that the comprehensive map is telling you that this is allowed. That's tough for me to hurdle over, but the density is too much for me. I know this isn't part of the application process, but there was a negative feedback from Valley View School District. I don't know what that looks like, but it might be worth having a conversation with them and having them neutralized somewhat if you're able. Doesn't change the outcome of the decision for the area, but no feedback's better than negative feedback in my mind. And the connectivity's already been stated. Pathways on both sides of that canal, I think, are important. Folks are going to use it and they're going to walk it, and if there's going to be a bridge, a part of it, I think they're just going to do circles with their dogs or their kids on strollers or whatever else. I know my family utilizes our green spaces, whether preferably along the canal, just because there's ducks for our kids and everything else, and I think this could be a huge asset to your neighborhood. And I hope my comments aren't taken as completely negative. It's just making a neighborhood that I can imagine me or people like me in my age group would want to live in. So those are my thoughts.
Mayor Klein,
Yes.
I'm going to disagree. I don't think we should have kids near canals. So I don't want the connectivity. I worry about that. So it sounds good, but for the safety factor, no. I worry about the RS4. I would rather have an RS6. But I'm going to leave that up to you. See where we come back.
I think for
Yes.
clarification, staff could probably enlighten us, but I believe a fence is required along the 10-mile drain, and that any pathway would have a fence between the pathway and the drain.
Canals, yes, but drains, no. Per Daniel, I'll leave more of this to me.
Yeah, so on a drain, there is not necessarily a requirement for a fence along the drains. Along laterals, there is, just because of the nature. Obviously, a lateral is a much more fast-moving. Its entire purpose is to convey water quickly, whereas the drains are typically lower volume and not as more natural type of waterway than a canal would be.
Thank you. Brushing out the cobwebs.
I have a quick question. So there is no fence along 10 Mile in the subdivision to the south. Is that correct? There is not. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so council, where are we going from here?
Mayor, I make a motion to deny for the screen.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to deny this application. Is there any discussion further? Seeing none, roll call.
Ingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes is to deny, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Hills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, guys. Sorry. Okay, let's move, before it gets any later, let's move over to new business and finish our last two items in new business. And then we'll move to unfinished business. So we are ready to move to item 5-9. This is an first reading of ordinance. Before we go to this, Doug, would you mind if I defer to you to introduce our discussions on this item? I'm putting you on the spot, or would you like me to?
Mayor, I'm happy to take a run at it, and if I'm missing something, you can let me know.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Council, I think it makes sense at least talk about items 5-9 and 5-10 together. They're separate actions. They'll have to be dealt with separately, but at least for the purpose of the conversation, there'll be overlap. The items tonight are to conclude the conveyance process set out in the code by the adoption of an ordinance to convey the Idaho Center to CWI, followed by an action item to approve the actual agreement to do that. I have not been directly involved in the negotiation with CWI on these, but know they have been back and forth numerous times between the city and the College of Western Idaho with revisions and things, and know that you've been privy to those discussions as this has gone along. The most significant documents, as I understand it, that are relatively new tonight are the conveyance and acquisition agreement itself and the deed restrictions, although I think that document has been a component of the conversation, was a component of the prior action approving the conveyance. So I'm sure you've all had a chance to review them. I know I've gotten some questions already, and don't know if it makes sense to go through them section by section. I think that would probably be a little excruciating, but generally speaking, like I said, the ordinance is the culmination of and finalization of the process under the Idaho Code to do a conveyance without consideration to another public entity. The purchase and sale agreement, I call it purchase and sale agreement. The conveyance agreement is, in broad strokes, sort of tracks along with a standard commercial purchase and sale agreement, and it's been modified to align with this particular transaction. I'm happy to answer any questions. Mary, I don't know if you had hoped I would say something more or less, but hopefully that tees it up well enough.
I think so. I think you all have noticed, so the agreement, both the conveyance agreement and the advisory and the term agreement, has been out on our website for a long time, for weeks and weeks. There have been minimal changes to that. It is included in your packet. A good portion of the information in the packet today, a lot of that is CWI information that CWI will be agreeing to, their agreements that are in there. We included everything in the packet so that you would have access to it. I believe a couple questions came forward today that I think we need to just talk about very quickly, and I think they were posed to you, Doug, so I'll let you provide answers to those questions, and then we can talk about how we want to incorporate those or not as we decide where to go tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Happy to do that. So one of the questions was about the water rights listed in the conveyance and acquisition agreement. There are 3 water rights listed there. One is domestic and 2 are irrigation. And speaking with Daniel Badger, Mr. Badger, the domestic right is an old residential right that existed on the property with a farmhouse years and years ago. That's fine to convey. But the 2 irrigation rights are actually city irrigation rights that the city's going to need to retain. And likewise, those are, one of them is associated with a well that's just off-site, as I understand it, and one is actually a well on-site. So, Councilor Jingula brought this to my attention, and I appreciate that. So the way to address that is to, in the PSA, in the motion, if this is approved, to clarify that the PSA would have those irrigation rights removed from it. And the deed, which is currently in draft form, would be modified to clarify that A, those water rights are not being transferred, and B, there would be reservations of easements for the utilities specifically to serve those wells. That was one of the comments I got. Another issue that came up to as a question was about graduations and gun shows in the deed restrictions. Those are not presently in the deed restrictions that are before you. It sounds like maybe those are part of the conversation in the past. I'm not sure when that would have come out of the conversation, but I know there was some potential interest in including those again. Again, I think that can probably be accomplished just fine by conditioning the motion.
Okay, so I guess at this time, I'd like to know if there are any comments or questions from council. Yes, and then Councilman Reynolds.
First off, on Exhibit D draft, the one that's new today, there's no language of the 10-year lease with the horse park. Is this the authority document, or is our other, because one document says 10 years, this one does not. I don't know if this being the newest, this is the authoritative document, or was the previous binding?
So, Mayor, Councilor Griffin, I'm not sure what previous document you're talking about. This is the most current version of the deed restrictions that would apply to the property. There's nothing in Section 7 about a 10-year obligation. And so if that is something that you wanted to have continue through the closing date, that would need to be included in the deed restrictions.
Thank you. It was Exhibit C on conveyance and acquisition agreement. So we have the legal notice of public before the city of Napa. Give
me a page number.
Yes, I will. In the packet, it's page number 291. Is this a binding document, or should we amend this one that's before us today, Exhibit D?
So, Mayor and Council, both of them are binding in different ways.
Okay.
A conveyance agreement is a pre-closing agreement that governs the relationship between the parties before a deed actually conveys real property.
Okay.
And then if you want obligations to survive the closing and apply to a property after the deed conveys it, then you have to have something else, because the provisions of a purchase and sale agreement or conveyance agreement will merge into the deed. And so that's where the deed restrictions come into play. And any obligation that is going to survive the conveyance, the actual deeding of the property, would be in the deed restrictions themselves.
Okay.
So, Mayor, so in that same agreement, paragraph 2.11 references an Exhibit C, but it talks about no litigation. So, as in there, to the best of the city's actual knowledge, and then threatened against or affecting the city's obligation. I didn't know the word threaten. How's that interpreted, or what's that the city, that just seems ambiguous to me, so I'm trying to.
Can you remind me what page you're on?
I'm on page 294 of our packet.
Thank you.
Yep, so, Mayor, Councilor Bills, these are representations and warranties and covenants of the city. And so these things are things on which CWI has the right to rely. The city is making those representations to them as a component of the sale. Exactly what the scope of threatened litigation is, the outside edges of it, I don't know for sure how that would be defined, but certainly if litigation was threatened, that would qualify. So
hearsay on the street is not threatened litigation. I'm trying to clarify the comments on the street.
Yes, Mayor and Council, if there was a gray area, the wisest thing to do would be to clarify that in writing with CWI, whatever the word on the street was. And at that point, it would be basically a modification to the representation here, so that whatever the city's representing, it's not required that we represent, there's no litigation, it's required that we make it an accurate representation. So if that is by addendum, specifying a rumor on the street that is threatened, or however we want to classify that, the significant thing is that these representations be true in whatever form we make them, because CWI has the right to rely on them.
And then page 308 references an Exhibit B, and it has the in that Exhibit B, it lists the Civic Center kitchen equipment list. And it seems like there's an ambiguity to have, and I don't know if there's trying to clarify what equipment's staying with FIC and what equipment's at the other, or if that equipment is OVG and goes back and forth between facilities. So I feel like that needs to get clarified. It's an ambiguity to me of why that information's in the agreement.
If I could speak to that maybe just a little bit. It could be because in the food and beverage agreement, there was a list of all kitchen equipment in the original agreement with OVG Food and Beverage. And so I've got to go back and double check this, but that is an accounting that we will have to do because there is, for example, there's Ford Idaho Center equipment, there is Civic Center equipment. And so one of the next things for us to do would be with a separation of that because there's an agreement with OVG, with the Ford Idaho Center, but also with the Civic Center. And so we will need to, that's something that we'll need to clarify, is just have an accounting of the equipment to make sure they have it separated. But we began the agreement with a separation of an accounting of equipment. So I think it should be relatively easy to do.
Okay. 'Cause I just, yeah, right now it's combined, so.
Yeah, thank you.
We would assume that we're conveying the Civic Center.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, thank you.
At least to me, how I read it. No, whether that's not the intent or it doesn't say that, but.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
so back to 284. The comment by Doug was graduations and gun shows added to deed restrictions. I was wanting to confirm that you didn't mean that should be on the term sheet and not deed restrictions. We only had 2 deed restrictions that I can think of that could be added to the term sheet for what's on 283 and 284. And then on number 6 on page 284, the SRS use of ticket office facility. The way that's worded, I just want to make sure we're clear on that they could use that ticket office year-round. I think the intent was to have a potential Stampede museum or something like that in that building, and the verbiage in this number 6 is not clear to me. I was wondering if you could clarify that for me.
So, yeah, so Mayor and Council, on on your first comment, I believe I understood you to be saying that you believe that this is the section where you would add deed restrictions related to a gun show or graduations, and that is correct. It would not go in the conveyance agreement because the conveyance agreement merges at closing. It would go in the deed restrictions. On the use of the ticket facility, I don't know the exact back and forth that produced this language or what it started with or how it went back and forth. As I read it, you could certainly add more clarity to it. You could make it less clear. It's capable of being moved in either direction. And so right now it says that the Snake River Stampede can use the rodeo club during its 2-week period of the rodeo and its ongoing use of the ticket office building. If you would like that to be different or more clear, more explicit, that'd be something to propose in a motion modifying this, but it does appear that that thing that you're discussing was contemplated and negotiated between the parties and included in this iteration in the agreement.
I think the question really goes to, originally, I don't remember it saying during its annual 2-week period, because the intent of the $50 annual rent for the Snake River Stampede Rodeo is the other part of that sentence where it says its ongoing use of the FIC ticket office, provided the continued occupancy of the ticket office building by Snake River Stampede is subject to, and actually, this particular language did not get updated. So we need to correct this language because actually the Horse Park Foundation had asked, and Snake River Stampede had agreed that they could use that space. This language here, we had actually done some updates to language, and it doesn't appear to have gotten in here.
Well, and the way I read it, and Doug can correct me, is it's saying they only can use that upper level rodeo club room for 2 weeks. It doesn't say they can use that year round.
Yeah, during its annual 2-week period and its ongoing at the ticket office building.
Well, and that's a separate deal.
It's
so-
a separate thing, so we need to,
Needs
yeah,
to be separated. I think the 2-week rodeo club it goes with the, what the Snake River Stampede has always had.
correct.
And but the ticket office and the rodeo club are two separate items that are combined in the same language here.
So
It needs to be corrected, and then the horse park stuff did not get put in here. And so there's just, number 6 is going to have to be corrected.
Mayor?
Yeah.
And if I
Thank you.
could, one more time to say it out loud for my own sake, and maybe a council member that might not be tracking, our document, the conveyance agreement terms, as soon as we close, are no longer binding. What we need to work within is this document right here, the deed restriction agreement for the Fort Idaho Center. For anything that we want to go past closing, it needs to be within this document here and now, not necessarily the previous term sheet that we've been working through, correct?
Mayor and Council, that is correct. The merger doctrine is a general doctrine that applies to purchase and sale agreements or conveyance agreements that merges, generally speaking, all the terms of that document into the deed itself. Now, there are exceptions to that where it's something not related to title, but as a general principle, if there's something that you actually want to persist through closing, I wouldn't rely on an exception to the merger doctrine. I would put it into the deed restrictions.
So we need
And we've had quite a few discussions on this particular topic. Clay, you may want to come forward and speak to this. There were 2 items that were called out in the deed restriction. Clay, do you want to speak to this? Because you've maybe had more conversations with Nick. I have not spoken directly with Nick on these matters.
We had been, Mayor and Council, we had been working on the terms agreement and advisory for the facilities use with the understanding and expectation that that would be carried in a contract that we were agreeing to long-term, not just before closing. So as we drafted and the documents were put together, those were the 2 focuses and directions we took. On the deed restrictions, there were 2 areas that were identified as items that would cause the facility to be reverted back to the city. And that was if they tried to sell the property without the city's consent, or if they abandoned the property or chose to walk away from it. Those were in the deed restrictions, but it was our understanding and the agreed upon was that anything within either of the contracts would still be carried out as a contractual obligation between the institution and the city long-term.
Is that legal precedent? If push comes to shove, is a judge going to say, okay, I have here the deed restriction document for after closing, and I see an attachment of this previous, is that binding authority, or is it just something that a judge needs to consider and then can decide however he wants?
So just for clarity, as between the conveyance and the deed restrictions, the deed restriction document survives closing. There's a separate contract that the parties enter into that clearly contemplates it's not related to the transfer in the sense that it doesn't contain the sale provisions and the deed provisions. That contract is going to survive closing unmolested by the fact that a closing occurred. It's just a separate contract. So that may be where I've confused you or I was confused. But anyway,
And that is the Advisory Commission and Facilities Use Agreement that you'll see, that's Exhibit D in 5.9, that has those different items listed out specifically that would survive as the contract between the city and the institution beyond closing. And that does have the section in there related to the Snake River use of the ticket office. That one doesn't have a 2-week limitation on it, and it also mentions the sublease space to the ticket office to the Idaho Horse Park
What pages?
Foundation.
So that, I guess we need,
597.
so we need to see what this page 2984 in our packet is versus, well, this is the draft, and so I need to look at a date on this. It's Exhibit D.
The draft on Exhibit C.
It's all draft, though, yeah.
It shows
It's a s-
10/2 of 25 in the agenda. On the 5.9, the Advisory Commission, that one's dated 5/13.
513 as in May?
Or excuse me, 10/13.
Oh, okay.
And that's the one I was just referencing on, that does speak to the Snake River, this ticket office and the Horse Park Foundation access. And it also, in that same document, has the 10-year expectation for the horse park facilities.
Mayor?
Yes.
Clay, why would the language be different between the two documents? That's just what I'm trying to understand. If we want complete transparency between the two, there's a document deed restriction that happens after closing, but this could also be a binding agreement that is considered contractual and lives past that point. They're telling two different stories, and I think that's breeding ground for a judge to say, well, which one's the authority? I would query that it's the deed restriction document over the advisory commission document.
I would say I don't argue with that. I have a feeling that potentially there was the previous date document that was submitted, and that's where the contradiction is. Because the one with the most recent date titled in the description does have the reference to the Idaho Horse Park having the ability to have access to a sublease to that space as well.
For 10 years.
That doesn't have a clause on how long they can have access for a lease. It's the 10-year that the Horse Park Foundation gets to continue operating their events.
I apologize, that's section 8, this, we're talking about section 7, okay. One of the other points for me, if I could, Mayor, that I have of concern, because I think I didn't know this, so right now I'm trying to weed through what's going to be binding hereafter and what's not. Obviously, we have our resolution that talks over those things. One piece that gives me pause is that we don't know if that $5 million is coming back to the city. That's a whole separate issue, but I'm scrolling past and have things highlighted and marked. The part that gives me pause is there's no language in either the deed restriction or the conveyance commission document that is speaking to the portion that says if they choose to abandon, that it reverts back to the city. That only comes from the conveyance and acquisition agreement that'll be null and void after we close.
So that is listed in the deed restriction document itself. So if you, and unfortunately, I just have the attachment, on attachment 59D, that's under
59D, the conveyance and acquisition.
1.3.1 talks about the reversion of title to the city in the event they abandon it or without written consent they tried to sell the property.
Which section is that again? I apologize.
1.3.1.
So I'm not that.
It's on page 291 in your packet.
291?
291 in your packet.
Way back. Not 591?
Well, I don't know, that's what I'm looking at. Is it 291 in your packet? It's 1.3.1?
I'm working off the HTML agenda, so.
Is that correct? Page 291. Is that, yes, Doug?
So, Mayor and Council, page 291 of the purchase and sale agreement, of the conveyance and acquisition agreement, has a reference to the fact that there's a reversion. But that's not where, this is not the agreement we would use to enforce a reversion. It would be in the deed restriction, which it is in the deed restriction. It's subsection F, enforcement. On page 285. It will also be in the deed itself. We'll have language referencing the as I understand it, the deed restrictions, and again, the deed's still in a draft state, but my understanding is that it would have a reference to the deed restrictions.
Which subsection letter is that in the 295 draft deed restriction? And I'm not questioning, I just would like to read.
The 295 or 285?
The deed restriction document that we're going through, deed restriction agreement for Ford Idaho Center. It's on,
Is it page 285 in our packet?
Mayor and council, on page 285, subsection F.
F, okay.
enforcement. So where's the revision language? Doug's getting a new pair of glasses, it sounds like. The city may enforce the provisions of this agreement through proceedings at law or in equity, so obviously we can hash these out after the fact. Just for tonight, how can I?
So the next, Mayor and council, the next sentence is, any violation of the covenants shall revert ownership of the property to the city.
And are the covenants what are listed within this deed restriction document?
Mayor and council, that's correct.
Where,
Physically on the deed, it should say, have, physically on the deed, following the legal description, it should have language that
and I'm not questioning that aspect.
the reversion issues.
The only reason that I bring it up is in this.
We're not seeing the deed here.
And so, but even within the, I think that CWI is going to be good faith in these negotiations and discussion.
Their deed restrictions need to be on the deed and referenced on the deed.
But you don't see it there either. Is that what you're saying to me right now?
I'm not seeing a deed.
You're not seeing the deed at all because we haven't signed through the deed discussion, or they needed to provide the deed and we can't move forward without
I don't
that?
think the document's been created. Doug would have to tell us.
Mayor and council, there is a sort of placeholder draft deed in the packet, but the final deed has not been drafted yet.
We need to continue this?
Do we know where that placeholder deed is in the packet?
I don't have the page number off the top
Mayor and council, I don't have the page number either.
in our
It is-
packet.
I am fairly certain that it is in the packet, reviewing it. I can attempt to find the page number and let you know.
Okay.
I believe it's 873.
873.
I think so.
Let's see if we can get there.
873.
Mayor and council, thanks, Daniel, that does appear to be the placeholder for the deed.
Special warranty deed is what it's titled.
Correct.
There's no language in it.
Correct.
Okay. Mayor, I think you're reading the writing on the wall. I'd like to continue this.
I support that we would bring it back at the next council meeting, anticipating it on November 3rd, and we will address the items that we've discussed tonight and make record of that. And then I would ask if there are any other concerns that we need to cover. Councilman Haverfield?
Yeah, since we're continuing this, could we also, with all due respect, the letter that we received from the prosecuting attorney's office, if we could get closure on it as to, what they're stating here is requiring appointment of an independent special inspector, prosecutor, due to the Open Meeting Act violations, those two items that are stated. I asked Doug about it. He didn't really have an answer for me at this point. Maybe Preston does going forward. But the mere fact that the transfer of the Idaho Center being not an authorized category topic in an executive session gives me pause. So I'd just like to have better information on this because of what risk we're putting the city in by pursuing this ordinance without having that taken care of.
So, Mayor and council, that the the city received a letter from the prosecutor's office. It is not a formal complaint as it's defined in the Idaho Open Meetings Act. And doesn't start the clock running for a response. And so it creates sort of an odd limbo where the city doesn't have a clear method of responding. Preston has communicated with the prosecutor's office via phone call. There was no written communication back, but the city has been in contact with the prosecutor, and at this time, there's been an allegation in a letter that didn't comply with the code that governs the way you make a complaint about an open meeting violation, and we'll have to sort of cross the bridge when the bridge actually arrives. But
So, Mayor, so was a cure discussed of how it could be cured?
So, Mayor and Councilman Haberfield, the letter has been, and the content of it, the allegations in it have been discussed internally. There hasn't been a proposed cure because that presumes that there was a violation.
Well, according to the prosecuting attorney, it's very likely, so that's why I'm concerned. If there, I mean, it can't just say, oops, we made a mistake. It needs to be properly vetted out. Just again,
Well-
and if we're going to be covering this in a couple of weeks, fine. I just would like to have some sort of a closure on this.
At this time, we've received no official communication of any violation. The letter was a courtesy letter, and you may be more familiar with it than anyone else at the bench, but based on the discussion with the prosecuting attorney, at this time, there is nothing to cure. So if and when we receive notification from him, then we will deal with it, but legal counsel has been in contact.
Mayor?
Any further comments, Doug? Hopefully I
Madam Mayor?
didn't misstate it. Yes, Councilman Reynolds.
So, for next meeting, to add to this packet, or this agreement, we need to make sure that we reference deed and clarify that the irrigation rights listed in the conveyance and acquisition agreement are not transferred, and that utility easement be reserved out of the deed for all existing city utilities. And then we need to add, I think it would go in like page 597, add an 11, or add a 12 and a 13 to that page, and it would say something to the line of continued use of FIC for graduations, and 13, continued ability to allow gun shows at the FIC. And the legal can sort that language out, and I think it goes on that page though, instead of up at the 284. So,
On the advisory commission and term sheet.
that's correct.
Correct.
And I would make a motion that we continue this until a date certain of November 3rd.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Now discussion?
Discussion still.
Yes, we can have discussion. Now's the time for discussion. Okay, so Councilman Bills, then Councilman Jangula.
So I would like to suggest that on the deed, specifically exclude the water rights that the city is retaining, so there's no ambiguity of transfer of rights. Specifically, the deed should have the exclusion.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor Bills, that would be the appropriate place to include that exclusion, and also to reserve back easements to service the wells.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Councilman
Yep.
Jangula, and then Griffin.
Thank you, Doug, for taking my call earlier and answering pretty much all my questions and looking into those water rights for me, so I really appreciate that. Just a couple things. As far as the deed restriction goes for the gun shows, I know I talked to CWI today. I know that they want to maintain that and continue that going, but Gordon Jones, the healthy dude, but he's not going to be here forever, and looking 50 years down the road, I want to make sure that that is in the deed itself so that that is ongoing. It's in the legal documents. Although I know it's in good faith, it needs to be in the legal documents. And then my question, I've got a question for this Doug over here. On 5.3, when we're talking about that October 1st date, it says that expenses incurred prior to October 1st of 2025 So why, were you a part of that discussion on that date, do you know, or can somebody answer that? Because my thoughts are, everything else is saying until the day of conveyance, everything is done, and that 5 million is working capital, and we're subject to gains and losses right now.
Well, the 10-1 date is a fixed point in time that's as good as any other because it ties to the end of our calendar year, or our fiscal year. The challenge will be as the transactions continue to mount through our cash system, we'll have to come back on the backside and unwind all that to keep what is ours and give what to CWI would be theirs if 10-1 is the effective date we hang on to. So it gives a measurement point, but it creates an accounting process we'll have to figure out as soon as the council has determined the ultimate determination.
I can understand the fiscal year side of it. My thought is, since October 1st, we've had 2 concerts. We're still paying all the bills. We're still maintaining everything. And so for us to not be able to get the proceeds from that potentially, I mean, it could be upside or downside with the being working capital.
Well, but keep in mind that there is money that we will have collected that will belong to us and money we will have collected that will belong to CWI, depending upon whether it relates to an activity that took place pre-9/30 or post-9/30. Now, as far as how much money we might stand to gain or lose by moving forward or changing that date, it would almost be impossible to tell because not every event is profitable and not every event loses money. But you'd have to look at it by event. I think that would be problematic at best to try and figure that out in advance. Picking a date that ends when we do our fiscal year is measurable and determinable.
So I guess
We
my
work
question-
on an annualized budget, and so I was part of driving that October 1 date, recognizing that, and we may need to massage that language and get it right? We've got to come up, when you're dealing in the event business, there's a whole lot that's shifting. If they book a new event or they're closing out an event, after 10-1, they had 2 events, right? And so the ticketing fund is moving based on the events. So from the $5 million and the fund balance, we can use a fiscal year end, maybe to come up with what that was at the fiscal year end for the fund balance. But then for the closing out of the financials as we transition the event business, that's something a little bit different. It's not easy to do, and that is something that Doug is going to have to sit down and work with CWI Finance, and they're going to have to negotiate that. So we just need to make sure we get that language correct there, because it isn't like this date, and it depends on when we decide when we're done, right? But the fiscal year end, when it comes to the fund, I think it's important for us all to know the only way, like we know, as Doug said earlier, there was a point in time a year ago at the year end, we knew where we ended our fiscal year. When we wrap up FY25 fiscal year, we'll have an idea where we're ending the fiscal year. So for the fund, that gives us a point that we know. But as far as the rest of it, we're going to have to work through it, and it's not a really easy thing to do, but we can do it. We'll figure it out.
So the October 1st, then, I get the ending of that fiscal year. I understand that piece. So we're saying that in addition to that, we are going to have created new language that then allows us to negotiate the gains and losses there.
Well, it's not, I don't think it's just accounting. It's picking a point in time and separating the transactions that belong to us versus the transactions that belong to them. It's not a rule. It's just you pick the time and I'll make it happen on the accounting side.
Yeah. It isn't necessarily a negotiation as much as it is the accountants have to sit down and look at the numbers.
So, for instance, if there are monies that come in after 10-1 that are booked as a receivable prior to that, it belongs to us. If there are expenses paid prior to 10-1 that belong to an activity yet to come, they will pay us back for those. So we have to look at all the transactions that take place around that point in time and figure out what's prepaid, what's receivable, and then separate all the new transactions. It's not fun, but it's doable.
Okay, that answers my question. Thanks, Doug.
Mayor Tony?
Yes.
So regarding the letter from the prosecuting attorney's office, I'm sitting here thinking a couple of things. One, the complaint was filed with the PA, prosecuting attorney, and the city's part is saying that it did not occur, did not commit a violation. That doesn't suffice to me. So in order to continue the allegation or whatever, Doug, I don't agree with you. I think a complaint was filed in an orderly fashion. So to be fully transparent, to answer all questions before this proceeds, then maybe what's in order, and I think it is in order, by the way, is to have an independent investigation. So the city is not biased or not making a stand without full transparency to the community. So that's why I would go.
Mayor?
I'd like to give our legal counsel opportunity to provide response on that, if you would like to.
Mayor, just to say that the Idaho Code has a specific procedure for submitting a complaint. It has to be in writing to the clerk's office, and both by virtue of the form in which it was received and the explicit statement from the prosecutor, it was not that.
Okay.
That was the basis for my statement.
Okay.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Griffin?
Just to reiterate from my perspective, what I would like to see specifically in the deed restriction document on November 3rd, the 10-year change that the horse park will be allowed to use the facilities for 10 years. That was in the conveyance agreement, but wasn't in the deed restriction. I'd like it to be in there specifically. It could be by the day, it could be by the year. I don't, just as long as the 10 years are in there. The change in the language that we had discussed, the Snake River Stampede Rodeo Club space, not only being allowable for 2 weeks, but that's their space that they're able to use, as well as the ticket office for the 99 years, not just for 2 weeks, and very, very much lock that down. The graduations was already discussed by Councilman Reynolds. I'd like to see that as well. I know at previous versions, we had the state tournaments in there. That's no longer in here, and it's not even in our most recent conveyance document. I don't know what happened there. I'd like some clarifications, and I'd prefer to see that back in there. The gun shows, and I would like specifically in the deed restriction document and both documents, all these things I would like in both documents, and if you looked at both, you'd say, okay, the language is exactly the same. There's no confusion. The conveyance and title document on page 291 was marked Exhibit C. I would like the conveyance and acquisition agreement language of 1.3, conveyance of title language, to be in that deed restriction, outlining that if they do not continue with the Ford Idaho Center, that it has to be reverted back to the city in similar to the condition the improvements were in at the time. I don't even think I like the word similar, but it's for Doug to decide on how he wants to work out. I would like language in the same, if not better condition than when it was transferred, for my perspective. If that was in the deed restrictions document, it would give me a lot more comfort moving forward. And I echo the same kind of concerns that Councilwoman Jangula did. I, numerous times when advocating for this position, said we'll get that fund balance of $5 million. If it's close to $5 million, I still feel good about it. If it comes back at $2 million or $1.5 million or $3 million, I know there's a lot of logistics and moving targets. That's what we conveyed, and that was a major talking point for me. Maybe it wasn't so much for the city. I know it was discussed. But $5 million was going to go a long way for the city and some of the investments that we were going to do. So,
Well, if we no longer have 5, that means we lost it. If we no longer have 5 million, that means that we were at a financial loss, that we dipped into that because of being at a financial loss, which is really the topic as to why we're doing what we're doing. Because there's no guarantee we're going to stay at a 5 million base. And while we would like to do so, if it isn't financially, this year was not as good as last year, or, you know, it may be close. We'll see when it closes, but there's,
what's that date to close? Is it
well, it's the end of the fiscal year. But we don't usually even get our year-end financials for a couple months after year-end fiscal year. So we just closed on September 30th was the last day of our fiscal year. It usually takes a couple months to get our finals. We're going to try to get it faster than that to get our final, but it doesn't happen overnight to close out the year.
But I will tell you, this, you look at it from the accounting structure. If you have $10 million of revenue one year and your operating costs are relatively fixed at $8 million, you'll have $2 million profit. If the next year you have $9 million of revenue, your operating costs generally stay in that same $8 million range, so you may only have a $1 million profit. So they keep the same staffing level, they keep the same utilities, they have the same fixed cost. Their cost of operation doesn't change much, so if they don't bring in the revenues, they will use some of their operating capital to bridge the gap, so to speak. And I know that this was not a terrible year, but it's their third best year, so it wasn't as good as last year when they went up from 4 million to 5 million, so we'll have to see what the numbers do, but when the revenues are a little less, you use more of your operating capital in that particular year. It's just accounting.
Is it realistic that we could potentially have not even definitive numbers, ballpark numbers by November 3rd?
Oh, we should have very good numbers by then. Today's the 18th, the 20th? 20th, so, yeah, I'm hoping that we have them before then. I'm hoping I have them by early next week so that I can begin to test them. And that's what Michelle and I have set up a meeting tomorrow to start talking about what we need to do internally in the audit perspective to make sure our numbers are accurate as of the transition date. And I will engage our auditors as well.
Thank you, Doug.
Mayor, one last
Okay.
thing, if
Yes.
I could. I know it slightly talks about the risk of loss, but there's not really any language protecting the city if it does revert back to us in worse condition. Maybe we can say, oh, we're not going to accept it. In my worst nightmares, the Fort Idaho Center becomes a mothball because nobody wants to take it back. Is there any language that we can add, Doug, that says if the CWI abandons the property, that it will be in as good, if not better condition, and if it's not, CWI commits to investing the funds to get it back to the original condition before we accept it, and having that be binding?
Sure, Mayor and Council, that language can be added. It's just a matter of whether or not CWI will agree to that.
Well, and I guess the question is if there are improvements made and it comes back to us, do we owe them?
No.
Because of the improvements, but if they build a building, for example. So I think they're going to.
I don't think they'll ever revert it back to us, but my concern is
Correct.
they get into this, they don't build buildings, they don't do anything that adds value, and then we're stuck in the in-between of CWI doesn't want it, so it's going back to the city. City doesn't want it, so CWI is not touching it. They still own the property, and it becomes a mothball. So
Well-
it's a real worst case scenario that I'm just trying to think about in this. That shouldn't be concerning to them because they're thinking 20 years and.
But actually, the other side is true. So this is getting into some negotiations that could say this, we're done, we're not moving forward. And so that's a question that we're going to have to discuss because once we put so many stipulations on it, and I think if you're negotiating with someone, you've got the other side of that. So if they do improvements and it reverts back to us for some reason, do we owe them for those improvements? It's going to go both ways. And so what you're saying is it only goes one way and that we're not going to consider anything other than just in our favor, which makes it just a little bit difficult. I'm not advocating on their behalf, but I think we need to look at both sides of it as we continue to move forward. So what we're doing tonight is we're going back and renegotiating something that was already agreed upon, which is going back on the agreement that we've already agreed to. Because the terms of the agreement have been out there for a couple months. They've been out online, they've been out there. There's nothing new, but now we're adding things to it tonight. And so I guess that's a question. If we want to go back and start renegotiating, we've added some extra things to it tonight. Not everything, some of it we missed, and it needed to be caught. But Councilman
Madam
Reynolds?
Mayor, one of the exhibits is the Jacobs report, and the reason why that's in there is to give us a baseline of where we started. What condition it was in, that's our baseline, and that is
So is that
referenced
our
in there.
baseline?
Yes, and that's referenced in there for that reason.
Okay.
That was a very polished report, very extensive, and gives us a baseline for that property.
And in no, just to clarify, in no way, I understood why the Jacobs report was in there, and I think it does give a baseline. I just speak to the what if it does revert back to the city, and you stated we could be potentially renegotiating some terms. I think these terms have changed all the way up to this moment, where some of the language might have been missed. Maybe it wasn't missed, and this is where they're at right now. Maybe they don't want the 2 weeks, maybe they do. It could be missed, it could not be missed. I don't know where that's at. And this is one of those positions, and maybe it is, it stops the negotiation piece, but in the real property, it's very clear CWI agrees that the property returned similar to the conditions improvements were in at the time of this conveyance. It just makes me think.
So
what
based on
happens
the,
if it's not?
okay, based on the Jacobs report, so I
Yes,
think
and
we're in
I'd like to
agreement
have
on that.
language
Okay,
that it's reverted back to us based on the Jacobs report, but my mind goes back to, once again, what if it's not? What if it's not returned to us? And there's no language in here to state what the penalty, what the position would be of the city if they weren't to do that. It leaves an open end that I think needs closed. If it's not at the Jacobs standard, that it be met to the Jacobs standard before reverting back.
so the good news is that I'm thankful this is recorded so we can go back and we'll get to go through everything that was mentioned tonight. And so Doug, you'll get to help us go through our contract language and address all these items that we've mentioned, including that one.
Thank you.
To ensure that we have fulfilled, one, the will of the council and the discussions that took place this evening.
Yeah, I think,
Okay.
I think there's statute already and case law that would govern
That,
language that says it becomes back as it was. And from there, if there was litigation, it's going to be, here's the standard of what it was, and it's not there now based on a new report. Differential is your intention. So I don't think we're trying to get so detailed of what this site's coming back as much as having 2 or 3 sentences that need to call that out. 'Cause that's my experience on some real estate litigation issues.
thank you. Okay. Is there anything else that we need to cover this evening on this topic? Well, actually, we had a motion and we had a second. We are in the discussion phase, and I think we're ready for a roll call. Is there any further discussion? The vote is to continue this to November 3rd and to come back on November 3rd. And in the meantime, everything that we've discussed tonight, we will address in the agreement.
Mayor,
Yes.
one last request. If we could, in the document, lay out for the actual, what do we call this, the packet? The first 2 documents could be our 2 binding documents, so we're not bouncing 592 to 288 and just trying to understand what's going to be binding. That would be nice for a flow of just comparables side by side. This is what this says, this matches that language, rather than siphoning through. And I do not want to see the conveyance and acquisition agreement anywhere near the top, because that's no longer binding. The 2 binding documents I'd prefer, if I could.
Thank you. We will do that. Okay. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
I would rather deny it and then go through the process again, so I'm going to say no.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Guess it's to postpone till the next city council meeting, yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay. So now we have
Madam
some
Mayor,
unfinished business that we need to deal with. Yes, I'm
do
sorry.
you want a motion to continue 510 as well?
Oh, yes, thank you.
I will make a motion to continue 510 to date certain of November 3rd.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call. Yes, okay, 5.9 and 5.10, yes, it's to move, 5.10 will be
Who seconded?
Natalie.
Rodriguez,
No.
Bills,
You stepped out.
Everfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
one opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Councilman Reynolds. I appreciate you catching that as I was moving on. Okay, we have unfinished business. 9.1 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS 8.5, single-family residential, and a potential development agreement at 3106 South Stanford Street, a .29 acre parcel for Scott Gravier, representing Carol J. Gravier Trust. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 3106 South Stanford, parcel number R29249, located in the southeast 1/4 of Section 4, Township 2 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 0.29 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS 8.5, single-family residential, on 0.29 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said properties as RS 8.5 single-family residential as set forth herein on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Move to approve under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez. Jingula. Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.2 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning for a total of 6 acres with approximately 1.098 acres into community business, 4.65 acres into RS4, and .252 acres into light industrial zoning district, and a potential development agreement for development referred to as Brentwood Village at 7799 Ustick Road for Brent Orton, representing Warren Hagrel. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 7799 Ustick Road, parcel number R3078301, located in the northwest 1/4 of Section 2, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 6.0 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned BC Community Business on 1.098 acres more or less, RS4 single-family residential on 4.65 acres more or less, and IL light industrial on .252 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning has consent of the landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said properties as BC Community Business, RS4 Single-Family Residential, and IL Light Industrial as set forth herein on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mayor, I make a motion to pass under suspension of rules.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills. Everfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds. Jingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.3 is an action item. It's a first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS4 Single Family Residential Zoning District, and a potential development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for Millwood Pines on a 9.99 acre parcel at 7161 Cherry Lane for Hayden Homes, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 7161 Cherry Lane, parcel number R20942, located in the northwest 1/4 of the northeast 1/4 of Section 11, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 10.02 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Napa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Napa and be zoned RS4 single-family residential on 10.02 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of the landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Napa, and to designate said properties as RS4 single-family residential as set forth herein on the official zoning maps and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
I'm going to make a motion to pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
As much as we would like to be done, we do have an executive session, so I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 74-2061J, and this is to consider labor contract matters authorized under Section 74-206A 1A and B of Idaho Code. Roll call.
Rodriguez. Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds. Haverfield.
No? I guess yes.
Pingula.
Nice thought.
Griffin. All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you for you guys hanging out till the end. Absolutely. It's a late night.